A very good morning to Sri Rajiv Kumar sir, Principal Secretary, DIT Government of West Bengal, Sri Hari Kushumakar sir, CISO West Bengal, Sri Saurabh Chakraborty, Chairman, Computer Society of India, Sanjay sir, without whom we could not have made this happen today. The full support that we have got from sir, Mr. Avelo, Mr. Shokoshaji, Shubhashish Dotto sir, all of you who have come over here to make this program a great success. We have been discussing about this program that we want to have an industry, academia, research, startup, connect in Sector 5 in West Bengal in Kolkata. We have been doing this in the Tier 2 cities in Siliguri for quite some time, but this is the first time in Calcutta that we are doing. The unique part of this program is we have right from the school kids who will be giving presentation on cyber security. We have a lot of startups over here who will be giving a pitch on the cyber security products to talk about this Make in India. And the hackers, 250 hackers who are sitting over on the other side to compete in this hackathon, not only they are competing for the awards, on my request and request from sir, we have some good companies who has come over here to recruit from the hackers. I think, Pooja, can you please stand over here? So she is from Nihil One company who has specifically come over here to recruit from the hackers. And we also have people from ITC. Thank you, Pooja. We have people from ITC who have come over here to recruit from the hackers. So we have a very nice event coming up. I will not take much time. Thanks to all of you who has come over here on our request, and let us make this a very, very successful event on cyber security. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Shengupto. Actually, I would also like to felicitate a very dear friend and my guide in this department, especially Mr. Sharup Rai. Today he is amongst us. Mr. Sharup Rai, please come over the stage and join us here. And Ms. Chetri, let us felicitate him too. Mr. Sharup Rai. We must know Mr. Sharup Rai has been, the center of, this development of IT industry in the state. And every company here in Sector 5 and Kolkata and Rajarhat, everybody knows him like Sharupta. So this is an opportunity for us to felicitate Mr. Rai. Thank you, sir. And I would like to now request Mr. Rajiv Kumar, our Principal Secretary, Department of Information Technology and Electronics, to inaugurate today's program. Mr. Rajiv Kumar, sir.
Good morning to all of you. The dignitaries present on the dais, Sanjay, my colleague, and ladies, gentlemen, and above all, the students who have come to participate in this hackathon. So for last couple of weeks, I've been participating in one of the conferences on e-commerce, and one of the basic thread which they have said that e-commerce has not really taken up roots in India is mainly because of security concerns. Though there are a couple of things which drive e-commerce. Of course, the technological backbone or the technological expertise available in the country, or we are that way blessed. We are doing it for other countries, but for our country, maybe for e-commerce is at a very nascent stage. Why do I say this? And the data says there is only one country on the planet today which sells more goods on e-commerce platforms than on a mom and pop stores. So it's like that country today is China, and the kind of the e-commerce thing they have is humongous. And we, per capita wise, if we just see, we are below Mongolia and Vietnam. This might not look, this might hurt our pride, but that is the kind of thing. The basic thing we are not taking up to e-commerce as a citizen, if I see, is somewhere at the back of our mind. We are not sure whether if we are using our e-commerce, if we are using our cards, or debit cards, or credit cards, something will go wrong or not. Cyber security has a very great role to play to address that concern. And with this thought, I'll just to keep things in perspective. The couple of there is the kind of industries which drive which the cyber security, good cyber security infrastructure can drive is the potential is unimaginable. Why I'm saying that, I just quoted the China, the kind of e-commerce they have, they are more than the total GDP, national GDP of India. So it is not that networks is not available in our villages, or the main concern is that the confidence of the customers. That I think, with you people around, will build that kind of ecosystem where a common man finds it's safe and easier to transact on net. And that's a big challenge. It's not only the technological part, it's also the psychological part which needs to be addressed. So with this thought, I'm leaving you this thought, which I want you to kind of think about this, that the kind of the convenience it brings, e-commerce, but why we are not adopting it, the basic reason being the cyber security infrastructure. And I am really happy that the effort is being made, is being driven by Mr. Kusmakar and especially Mr. Sanjay. This Kusmakar is Chief Information Security Officer of the state, and Sanjay also State Information Security of the state. They need to, this is a very important thing. Like if you say in any kind of, for any economy, law and order is very important to drive economy. Similarly, for net, if you want e-commerce to be a thrive and be available, the security aspect needs to be tackled first. And with these thoughts, I think I'll leave you with you must carry this thought home. That's what especially the students, that this, if we can build that infrastructure, that confidence, not only the technical part, the psychological part, we have a great headroom to grow there. With these thoughts, I think I'll close my address. And Sanjay, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much, Mr. Singh Gupta and others. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Rajiv Kumar, for inaugurating as well as giving us beautiful insight as to how we grow our economy as well as ensure security to run it smoothly. So with that, I would request Mr. Hari Kishore Kusmakar, our Chief Information Security Officer of the state, as well as the Secretary in the Department of Home and Health Affairs, to present the keynote address of the inaugural session. Mr. Kusmakar, sir, please.
Thank you, Sanjay. Rajiv Kumar sir, everybody on the dais, the good crowd present here. It's a good feel that after almost 2 years, we are again getting back to this conference culture. It's a huge responsibility on me. I've been asked to give keynote address. I don't know whether I really suit for this purpose. I'm just a fellow learner like all of you. You don't get confused with the CISO of a private sector or any IT company. Ours is a kind of process in the making. The CSCOE came few years ago, and we are still setting up kind of like putting CSOE in place and just setting it up. In the process of setting it up, and lots of things is to be done. Having said that, I think the whole subject is nothing new for all of us. It's a huge challenge for all of us. I don't think any of one of you has not encountered some kind of cybercrime or some kind of problem with the IT systems. Everything is going on IT. In fact, most of us must be spending at least 3 to 4 hours on a mobile phone every day. Maybe some people maybe even more. Means that much life, a part of our life, we are actually giving or devoting to the technology. And when that is the case, we also need to be very aware about the threats and problems associated with it. Since I'm from police background, I think I would like to talk more about this crime part. And of late, we have set up about one cybercrime thana in each district for the whole district. That is not sufficient, I am very sure. But because now almost each and every crime will have kind of digital evidence or digital part of it. There is hardly any crime where the people not using any technology. And in fact, the whole ecosystem of criminal justice system is trying to grapple with this new challenge, starting from judges to police officers to the academia. Everyone is trying to take out or how to solve this problem, how to handle this new challenge. And a lot of things have been done, but a lot more requires to be done. We all know that internet gives a kind of anonymity. Now, sometimes everybody wants to be anonymous in spite of knowing that from law enforcement point of view, it is very doing something, giving anonymity to anyone is a real challenge for law enforcers. So it's again a cat and mouse game. Once we start learning about IP, sometimes VPN came, and then again IP things became useless. Earlier we used to use mobile phones, and we means police officers or investigating officers were heavily dependent on mobile phone technology. But then now everybody shifted to VoIP calls, WhatsApp calls. In fact, I think people, not even the criminals, the common people also started using WhatsApp calls these days. Even the quality of WhatsApp call has even more better than normal GSM calls. So this is the challenge, and we all know that WhatsApp calls can't be tracked, it is encrypted. And but then the life is full circle. We are getting the benefit of anonymity, so we have to be ready to receive it also. And that is where this whole things come up. And these events are one of those efforts which tries to prepare youth, make them aware also about the technology, and also to make them aware about the opportunities in this area. In fact, computer science is a subject in our days. We used to talk about, we are from XYZ branch. I'm a mechanical engineer. Sir we are from the same college. Sir was computer science engineering background. But of late, I think engineering has become synonymous with computer science. So anybody is doing engineering, 90% chance that he will be doing computer science. And because even the people or the kids who have joined other branches, they're also landing up in IT sector sooner or later, just because IT sector providing more opportunity. And IT itself is a huge field. Encryption, public key infrastructure, public-private key infrastructure, even cybersecurity, digital forensics. There's so many areas to work on, and I'm happy that people like Sandeep and all, they are actually making effort to develop capacity. In fact, recently I'm very happy to know that they have come up with a degree, 3-year degree in BSc Forensic Science, which is actually focusing on digital forensics. I was just talking to control of examination of Macaut, how to work on it, improve on it, and all these things is actually bringing you, or opening a lot of opportunity for the youngsters. There is this is the area where I think sky is the limit. Is actually it works. Digital forensics. I worked for some time in NPA Hyderabad. I remember the boys and girls we recruited within 2 years or 3 years. Their no market or the value in the market has gone up 3 to 4 times. I don't think any other field gives this kind of opportunity. Same thing about cybersecurity. There are so many things happening in this field. Research. I'm very happy to know that one just last week only I met a IT Kanpur computer science 3rd year who he's just got an internship offer. He was saying that he is getting 3 lakhs per month for internship offer in Gurgaon, a company in Gurgaon. And our salary is not even 3 lakhs so after 20 years. So happy to know these kids, and it is not only IT. So IT is definitely they are much sought after. But the beauty with private sector is that, of course, IT give you a good head start, but then for others also there is a huge opportunity, and the whole life you are actually building your skills and capabilities and working on your focused. Everybody has equal opportunity. Only advantage of branded college is the good head start. Nothing beyond that. After that, everybody on their own. And like after 20 years, my colleagues in engineering batchmates, there are all sorts of people, but not that only IT people are doing very well, or of course they are good students, but that is fine. One also why ITs people are noticed because their number is very less, and private sector supply is very high because the intake in private colleges are very high. But if you see if you compare the ratio of people who are doing well, I'm sure that from any private college, a good private college is giving the equal amount of good professionals in the market. So with these words, I thank Sanjay, I thank Rajiv sir for giving me this opportunity. As I said, CISO, we are again kind of honorary CISOs. We still have to develop the complete setup, which we are in process. And I'm sure in the time to come, the state of West Bengal will have much more robust IT infrastructure than it is now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kushmakar. Thank you, sir, for your wonderful keynote address. Actually, you have set the context, and the perspective is very clear before the entire audience present here today. Now it is time to actually come to the close of the inaugural session of today's program. But just after this, we will be having our technical session, starting with other prominent speakers amongst us. Two of whom we always love to hear, Mr. Shikshak and Mr. Agalu. They are coming up. And prior to that, my responsibility is to place the vote of thanks for everyone present here. And especially, I would like to start with the audience here. When the last year, August, we started the very first physical conference of bringing all industry leaders, meeting with our Honorable Minister in charge, Dr. Chatterjee. Actually, it set the context. From that on, we actually graduated, scaled up, and this type of program is really happening every now and then. On 9th of March, we had our last program, which actually got the opportunity of felicitating and giving prizes to the hordes of students doing exceptionally well in the Secure Bengal 2021. And those prize winners are also here today taking part in the hackathon. So this is really a kind of deja vu. And post that, we also have another program at Siliguri on 24th of February, where Mr. Shandip and his team trained 40 journalists, followed by a hackathon comprising 57 students, professionals, and they are also lot of young talents were identified. And today, to cap it all, when we have more than 250, eager ethical hackers competing amongst themselves to win prizes and make a mark before you. And when you have come together in hordes and in a huge number to support this whole activity, and I hope their hopes and their aspirations will rise and touch the sky. It is you who should receive the greatest chunk of the vote of thanks. So thanks to the audience to start with, and we are really honored to have amongst us our principal secretary, who has been a relentless guide, a source of inspiration for the last 2 years, as we have increased even during the pandemic, the Cybersecurity Center of Excellence, in collaboration with organizations like Sandeep's ISOEH and InfoSec Foundation, CDAC, and recently we have come up with an extension center at Jalpaiguri Government Engineering College. We are coming up with extension centers at MCKV Engineering College, who are here today also. Their faculty have come. And yesterday, IEM Lab, they approached us to start a collaboration. So, things are happening very fast. And it is the great deal of thanks must go towards Mr. Rajiv Kumar, our Principal Secretary, who has been in the background, from remaining in the background, has been a constant source of inspiration. Thank you very much, sir. Not only for coming today, but giving us inspiration. Mr. Kushumakar was there in the very first meeting in the month of November 2017. And the day before yesterday, when I had a long discussion with him, I asked him whether he had ever thought of having such regular programs. He asked me, Sanjay, are kotogulo program ache? So he would actually block his calendars and all. So, sir, thank you so much. From the day one when you are there with us since today. So staying with us, every program, every manner, every support that we have, thanks to you, sir, for supporting us. Thank you so much. I would definitely thank another person who has come, Mr. Shauruk Rai, who has been a constant source of inspiration when we started conceptualizing about Cybersecurity Center of Excellence in 2016. He used to always support me in our effort. So thank you, Mr. Shauruk Rai, who will be calling a day in a couple of days. Thank you for giving whatever you have given to the state of West Bengal. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Saurabh Chakraborty, the chairman of Computer Society of India, Kolkata chapter. Thank you for coming here and always calling me up, sending me appreciations, over phone and through emojis and messages. Thank you, sir, for your support every time. Mr. Avelo Roy was also with us on 16th of March 2018 when we had the first national conference of Cybersecurity Center of Excellence. Mr. Avelo Roy was an avid speaker there. We actually listened to him, with apt attention, as we are going to hear him today also. Mr. Rai, thank you for taking out time from your busy schedule and coming and speaking at our program. Mr. Shukurachi, I have been receiving, hearing you over YouTube and other platforms. Fantastic speaker on TEDx. He has been speaking on a regular thing. We are looking forward to you, sir, also, and giving us time. Thank you so much. Mr. Subhashish Datto and me, we go a long time. He was with Technical Education and Training. I was with Higher Education Department. From that time onwards, the relationship, strengthened. And his Honorable Vice Chancellor, Mr. Shoykot Moitro, and their, WBUT had been kind enough to confer upon the Cybersecurity Center of Excellence the authority to rate all courses of cybersecurity which are brought before the university for affiliation. Thank you, sir, for supporting us and giving us this opportunity. And to end the center of everything, Mr. Sandeep Sengupta, he also was a speaker. And we met in sometime in September 2016 in chamber of Mr. Shauruk Rai. From then onwards, Mr. Sandeep Sengupta has been a stoic and constant support. And today we are culminating into a long-standing relationship. He has been kind to support us in every sort of training. He has never asked us what amount of money we would offer. and every time the thousands of police officials have been trained. Sandeep Sengupta had supported us creating documents, creating materials, curriculum, course materials, as well as taking classes. Every now and then, never asked, never they said no. So thank you very much, Mr. Sengupta. I hope our relationship continues. With that, to present my vote of thanks, once again, my heartiest thanks to all of you present here. Namaskar, Jai Hind. I would request honorable dignitaries to take seats, and then I would hand over my responsibility to Ms. Chetri to take it from here.
Hello. Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you have enjoyed this inauguration session. My name is Sarah Chetri, and I will be hosting from here. So, without wasting any time, I'd like to welcome Professor Subhasis Datta on stage, and he is a professor in mechanical engineering for past 8 years and currently controller of examination at Macau University. He has done his PhD from Jadavpur University, mentoring students and youth for last many years. He has encouraged research work among startups and young scientists. We would like to know from him more about academic research on cybersecurity, current case studies, and future scope. All over to you, sir.
Thank you, madam, for your nice introduction. Good morning, everybody. In fact, this is a nice morning, and seeing that all young youths of Bengal are together here, and with the support of the highest level of administrators of the state to encourage them in their different activities. So that is what we require whenever we try to launch anything new, and the new trends of technology we need to promote among the youths and in the society. Now, being a university, Maulana Abul Kalam Azad University of Technology, West Bengal, formerly it was known as WBUT, West Bengal University of Technology, we offer different courses through affiliated colleges since last more than 22 years, in fact. But now we also have come up with the leadership of our new Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Shikshak, that we are also focusing on the new trends of technology, and we are introducing courses on that. Unless we produce certified professionals, after a few years, the industry might not recognize the amateurs to perform in their field. So therefore, the role of the university to produce certified professionals. So in order to contribute there, we have introduced several programs. The programs like BSc in Cybersecurity, MSc in Cybersecurity, and MTech in Information Security. And all these programs have their own essence. What I mean, for the initial level, the BSc students can serve the industry, but for the MTech students, they can become a trainer for the BSc or MSc level of students. So therefore, our plan is to not only produce the cybersecurity professionals, but also the highest level of trainers in this field. We are also creating several awareness programs to our School Connect program, which is a very popular program of Macau. We are running for last 2 to 3 years. Especially this has become popular during the pandemic time. And also the training program for the students on this cybersecurity. Apart from that, we are creating a research culture at our university, where the information security lab, a state-of-the-art lab, has been created, and there the researchers can go there and do their research work. In fact, our students, we also have managed already. Kusumakar sir said that there is one intern who is getting around 3 lakhs of stipend during the internship. We are also creating one opportunity for the student that is called learning with earning. So the students of cybersecurity and cyber forensic, they were given the opportunity to go for internship, and during the internship they also get good amount of stipend, so that they are encouraged to take such courses. And also, even after that, we are converting those internship to the leading to employability. So therefore, the students, even being the students of a second year or third year, they are taking the internship, they are assuring their job, even during the internship they are earning. So that is the system we are producing, so that the students are encouraged to do that. Not only that, I must mention one of the greatest initiative of the university to include ISOEH in our ecosystem. Otherwise, we had either to launch any course through our university or through some affiliated college. But this is one of the very rare case. We have collaborated with ISOEH in order to support their initiative, use their expertise to launch a BSc course in cyber forensics. So therefore, this is a very unique course, and as Kusumakar said, already said, the content he has seen, there is a ample scope of improvement always. So they have just completed their first semester, their students are going to the second semester. So I agreed that we'll include him in our university system in order to enrich the contents. And the contents and of any cyber forensic or cyber security syllabus cannot be done in like the other courses of like mechanical engineering or civil engineering. Those curriculums are changed normally in 4 years. But probably here in every 4 months the new things comes and we need to include. So those things need to be very much dynamic. In fact, probably a year back, which was proposed by Sandeep ji as a up-to-date syllabus, now within a year, Kusumakar said ji is finding something missing there. So I told him, sir, no problem. We can include everything as and when it is required. So our students who are participating in the as intern in different companies, they have already marked their signature and their name has come in the Hall of Fame of those companies. Apart from that, I must mention that we also planning to organize one international conclave on cybersecurity, and we already have done one hackathon, that is hackathon organized by Macau in support with the Department of IT, where Sanjay ji was there. So it was a great success. Probably it ran for 1.5 months, and there was huge amount of students participated in that. So those context university has already created, and we hope with these the number of students I'm finding here, and also the interested students who are applying to the different courses of the university is very much encouraging. So probably we are going in the right direction. Few things I request the organizers, as because they are associated with the various associations, that the problem of these cyber breaching, it is now somehow the youth and the middle-aged people now understand that what they should do and what they shouldn't do. But in terms of the banking transaction or banking security, the banks are becoming, changing their security standard up to the mark, but their customers are old. I knew even my family and with my friends' family, there are old age customers of the banks who are never briefed properly. So if Sandeep ji and his association can approach the bankers association, that whoever the old age people are there, they can list up a do's and don'ts, and that can be printed in their passbook or some way given in a regular manner to them. They can understand what they should do and what they should not do. In particular, the OTP should not be shared. Probably is not the only thing to get rid of cyber breach, but there are so many other ways. Those things should be taught to the all part of the society, all levels of the society, to the senior citizens as well. Then only we'll succeed. Otherwise, we understand. Even my daughters who are studying in the level of 9, 10 or 12, they understand even the standards of 7, 8 class students. They also understand what to do in the cyberspace and what not to do more than us. So therefore, the young generation, I believe they are going in the right direction. We should support our old generation as well. So with this, whatever initiative is taken by the state, by the other organization, university will always support their initiatives and will beside always and look forward. Thank you very much for giving opportunity to present my university at this forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Datta, for enlightening us. Now it's time to hear from Sri Sabyasachi Mukhopadhyay, who is an assistant professor of business analytics in graduate management as BMS Kolkata, affiliated to Macau. Apart from being a champion innovator, cloud, AI, and machine learning Google, he is also the Google developer expert in machine learning and Intel software innovator. He was the co-founder and chief research officer of 12th MedTech Private Limited, ordinary advisor of Solar Initiative Private Limited, and a cybersecurity company named Cyber3. He was featured in Facebook special coverage, The Limitless, as one of the India's leading innovation and entrepreneurs of 2018. Mr. Mukhopadhyay will be speaking on the future of cybersecurity, AI and machine learning. All over to you, sir.
Thank you very much for the kind invitation. I am thankful to Mr. Sandeep Sengupta, ISOEH, as well as Ministry of IT West Bengal and CSI Kolkata chapter for inviting me here. So today, basically, apart from the normal talk, we are going to experience some little bit of hands-on session on securing user authentication using AI. So basically, the time is very short, so I will try to quickly give you some hands-on demonstration on that particular topic. So all of us know that in the field of cybersecurity, artificial intelligence is playing a very much pivotal role in case of the protecting the user sensitive information, which may, for example, their user access to their network accesses, as well as, for example, like applications in order to prevent the abuses like the identity theft. So, for example, we can talk about, you already know that how the password also playing a very, very pivotal role in terms of the providing the protections. But you know that the password is not the only adequate way to provide the adequate cybersecurity. So that's the reason we require some sort of the other sort of the authentication. That may be cryptographics, that may be facial recognition. Okay, so now we will see some of those useful hands-on demonstration on that particular direction. So let me just first start with the example on the keystroke detection for the user authentication purpose. So we know that keystroke dynamics basically captures the cadence as well as rhythm of the key phrase events, which are quite unique for each persons. Okay, so though we can't apply the AI-based algorithms directly on those raw data sets, but as these data sets are quite confidential, we know with the external random factors, for instance, we can talk about the different interactions of the error corrections, as well as, for example, the use of the key special function, like the shift of the caps lock. Okay, so that's the reason for avoiding all those disrupting factors. It's important to the corresponding raw data set to their user digitalization in a data set of features, okay, that directly can represent those particular keyboard dynamics, like cleaning up the data. Okay, so the data set which you have taken, that is available in .csv format. For example, the link is given there, cs.cmu.edu. Okay, so this particular data set where we are using the Pythonic platform for importing NumPy as NP, import pandas as PD, as well as from the matplotlib to import the pyplot as PD. It's a very standard step which we follow for any Pythonic platform. And now, basically, after doing after installing all the modules and uploading all the modules, we have incorporated and saved the data set, okay, on the pwd_data. And then what we have done, for example, here we have labeled the key down time as DD, as well as the key down time as UD. Okay, so after doing that, basically what we have done, we are accessing each of the columns, okay, with the and saving the data under DD, and then we have saved all the information on the plot. So what I'm doing, I'm just executing and reproducing the result with my demo Python notebook. Okay, so who are new to Google Colab, for them I'm just showing that in Google that you can just simply search, okay, Google Colab. Okay, and then what you can do, you can click on, for example, Google Colab, and for example, you can click on new notebook. Okay, so the new notebook will open up. So once the new notebook opens up, you can just put some title there. For example, I can give the title there as Demo 1, for example. Okay, so if we give the title like Demo 1, now you see there are two parts are available, class code and class text. So in my notebook, you can see there are a lot of textual information added, theoretical information. You can click on class text and add those theory part. And class code section is there, where you can run your code. You can write your code and run the code. There is a question and answer section is there. There is one still run the code. Okay. So what I'm doing, I am just running the code, okay, to reproduce the necessary results. So there basically you are going to get the idea of how the latency as per the user basis on the keystroke dynamics can be visualized in the screen. Okay. So it will take some time. So let us see. Now you can see the result has been produced. You can see this particular green tick button is indicating the code has been executed successfully, and you can see For example, how this you can on the screen you can observe the subject-wise average keystroke latency has been demonstrated on screen to you. Okay, so now after implementing the data set, okay, splitting, we are now evaluating the performances on the basis of the different machine learning classifier. Okay, so in that particular case, what we will do, we will split the whole data set for the pairing and testing splitting purpose. So in general, conventional in machine learning, what we do, we use for the 70% for the pairing purpose and 30% for the testing purpose. Okay, so here basically we are using the test size to 20%. Okay, so first of all, we will explore it with the help of the KNN classifier. Okay, so in case of the KNN classifier, we will check out the accuracy, what will be the accuracy. So let me reproduce the result in our demo notebook. So you can see in this particular case, KNN classifier is giving us the accuracy 0.3730. So almost 37% is the classification accuracy. Okay, so now let us try out for some other classifier, like we can talk about the support vector machine as well. So let us see what kind of the classification accuracy is producing to us by support vector machine. Okay, so we will click on the plus code button and we will paste the code there and we will run the performance and evaluate the performances of the support vector machine. So actually the next bit is getting much slow, as well as this execution time is taking much larger, but after the execution, we will get as a time spot. So I'm just going forward. So we will get the classification as you can see from the original notebook that it will give you the 76.9% something is the classification. Okay. Now we will see the performances of the multi-layer perceptron. Okay, LLP. Okay, so after if we run the multi-layer perceptron, we will get the accuracy around 91.6%. Okay, so you can see this code already has run successfully, and in the demo notebook you can see the accuracy is around 76.29%. Okay, so again I am clicking on the plus code button and I am running the code. Sorry, just a second. For NLP. Now we will evaluate the performances for the multi-layer perceptron. Okay. Okay, so now we are running the multi-layer perceptron section of the code. So you will evaluate the performances of the multi-layer perceptron. So as far as we have tested earlier, it will give you the accuracy around 91.6%. So we have seen that in case of the clearance classifier, we have received a very poor classification accuracy around 33. Then the classification accuracy improved during the support vector machine. It went around 76%. And now with the help of the multi-layer perceptron NLP, if it runs successfully, we will be able to visualize the accuracy around 91.02%. So at the shortage of time, we will gradually proceed further. So why we are getting this kind of the better classification accuracy? Because you see that the fact is that the multi-layer perceptron is actually establishing the depth of the deep neural network. We all know, because you see what happens in case of the multi-layer perceptron. You know that apart from the, it is not only about the single perceptron, rather three or more number of the hidden layers will be there, and you see that the result, the performance will become the much more robust, and the activation function generally will go ahead with the deep learning. The value which is the performance wise scalable instead of the machine learning where we proceed with the activation functions like you can hyperbolic or sigmoid. Okay. So now once we proceed with that, you can see the code has run successfully, and in the screen you can see that the accuracy is around 90.75%. Okay. So with this we are proceeding from the next part. So now we will try to draw the basically the predictive power. We will draw the confusion matrix. Okay, so confusion matrix with the performance of the multi-layer perceptron. Now you see, we will be able to visualize this particular the confusion matrix for the multi-layer perceptron or NLP. So now, what we will do, we have already experienced that how in case of the Shikshak dynamics and their accuracy prediction purpose, different machine learning algorithms are giving us the different perspective of results, and here we have seen that how the multi-layer perceptron NLP has given us the optimum result. So another perspective we will check it out. That will be the biometric authentication for the face recognition purpose. So there we are going to use the principal component analysis. We all know PCA. You know that PCA having the, it is basically we will try to calculate the highest eigenvalue. Okay, so eigenvalues along with the eigenvectors will give you the direction of the highest variance. Okay, because we know the entire data set is not going to do the job for us, so we will try to figure out with the dimensional reduction performances where basically our objective would be to capture the as maximum as variability we can capture with the information of the eigenvalue. So that's the reason those students who are planning to support their career with the AI-based approach in the cybersecurity direction, I will request them to please go through linear algebra very well, because when you have to understand the concepts like principal component analysis, there you require to know the basic concepts on the eigenvalue, eigenvectors. So the basics are always important. So now what we will do, I will just show you that how to calculate, for example, before going to the calculations of the PCA, how we are going to calculate the covariance matrix here. So this is a very simple amount of the code will be there. So we will follow very basic steps, importing NumPy as NP. Okay, and then we will showcase one of the NumPy array. We will show the result, and then we will print np.conf, and taking the transpose of it, you will get the outcome of the covariance matrix. Now, in the next step, what we will see, so basically, we will try to now figure out the calculations of the sample calculations of the eigenvector and the eigenfunctions. So what we will do, importing NumPy as NP. Now you see, we will use np.vlg function over the np.array. There we are putting some sample data, and we will print out the values of the eigenvalue and eigenvectors. Okay, so this is how you can use any Pythonic platform to calculate the eigenvalues and eigenvectors. Now you can see, now put this in front of you. So the next step, what we will do, you will try to figure out for the application of the principal component analysis technique for the facial recognition software. Now you see that these particular figures, what you can visualize in the screen, these are basically the eigenfaces. Okay, so each image of our data set therefore can be interpreted in the combination of these eigenfaces. So the image data set is available for download on the site of www.cs.umas.edu. Okay, basically in this particular example, what we will do, we will use the concept of the multi-layer perceptron for doing the classification of the images. Okay, So the output of this multi-layer perceptance customer will show you with the help of the classification underscore default function to give you the indications of the values of the precision, recall, as well as F1 score matrix. Okay. So now let us see that what kind of the outcome we will be able to experience. So first of all the necessary modules will be uploaded there. Okay, so once we complete this particular step, now what we will do, we will execute the codes for the to check out the performances in terms of the accuracy, F1 score, precision, etc. So let it run there, and let me explain the accuracy. So here you can see the precision you are getting for the polling power 87%, recall 83%, F1 score 85%, support 65%. For George W. Bush, you can see precision is 93%, recall is 95%, and F1 score 94%, support 165%. Also, we have demonstrated macro average and the weighted average. So, as a nutshell, what I can say that this particular session has illustrated for the different state of art techniques which can be used for increasing the efficacy of the user authentication. Okay, and there we have tried out different techniques to include the use of the biometric evidences. Okay, for instance, facial recognition. We have explored out, or we have taken care of the keystroke dynamics factors as well. And the final step, what we have done, we have tested out the advantages and disadvantages of this kind of the biometric evidences for the user authentication purpose. So these are the standard references which we have discussed for preparing this particular notebook. So I believe that the time was very short, only 15 minutes. So within 14 minutes, I have been able to incorporate hands-on sessions. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. If I get much more time in future, I will try to figure out and show you some more hands-on demonstration. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee, for your great presentation. Now it's time for the interesting session. We would like to request Mr. Abelo Roy. He is currently Managing Director of Kolkata Venture, Director ECC Engineering Private Limited, Board of Director, Board of Advisor, Amity University Online, former Startup Advisor, Prime Minister of Nepal, Board of Advisor, Atal Incubation Center, UP, Odisha, and Karnataka, guest lecturer in Institute of Technology, USA, Northwestern University, USA, IITs Delhi, Bombay, Kharagpur, Bhubaneswar, Goa, Hyderabad, Patna, and Guwahati. Please welcome him on the stage, sir.
Good afternoon. How's everybody doing? How many startups in the room? One tiny startup over there. How many of you stuck in a corporate job and want to start a startup? Thank you. One more. Okay, fantastic. Good. So, 3 years ago, I was on a stage like this, talking to a bunch of people, and my Delhi office, one of my employees, Soham, he got an email from me. The email said, Abelo Roy, and says, Soham, can you please send 30,000 rupees to this bank account? I'm sitting on stage, I can't do it, so can you do it for me? Soham said, why don't you ask your CA? Because he knows my CA takes care of all that. And Abelo Roy, the person impersonating me, says, yeah, I can tell my CA, but I prefer you do it right now. Once I reach my office, I'll give you the money back. Soham is about to send the money. Suddenly he decided, why don't I go check the name, see what email address is coming from. So it has 3 email addresses. So he clicks on Abelo Roy and finds out something @something.cn. This Chinese person impersonating me who knew I was on stage at a certain event at that particular time. So it's not high-tech hacking that's the problem. It's actually social engineering. People know people, they follow you on social media, and a guy like me who's always on social media, everybody knows what I'm doing, what I'm eating, who my parents are or whatnot. Now the point is, it is going to get more and more difficult in the cybersecurity world. And it's a good news for some of us in the room who raised your hand saying, I want to build a startup. Why? Because when there's a problem, we are the ones who find solutions. And when you solve a dire problem, what happens? What happens? When you solve a problem, what's the outcome? Come on, no right or wrong answers. What's the outcome when you solve a problem? Solutions, okay. But what do you get from the solution? What's the end outcome? Yeah. Good one. Money. More you solve problems, you get money, right? You generate wealth. Aditya Birla Group. Either you pay us or we will destroy all the information in 24 hours. Guess what? Aditya Birla Group, multi-thousand crore company, had to pay 40 lakhs per computer. No anti-hacker could help them. And I can go on and on. 5G technology is coming up. Reliance is bringing forth 5G technology. There's going to be AR, VR, Metaverse, and this and that, and all kinds of new technologies. With innovation comes the opportunity to exploit the innovation, and that is also the opportunity for all these criminals to do more.
Sitting in a hotel. Back in the days, they would go, tie up their face, go rob a bank with guns and everything. Now they don't have to do that. They just sit in a hotel, use a borrowed internet, and they're hacking banks, and that's about it. My US credit card gets hacked at least once a year, and I don't have to worry about it. Within 48 hours, I get a new credit card, and I'm done. But in India, if it happens, guess what? You lose money. And banks don't pick up their calls. They don't want to help you. The government, it's the government debate, I shouldn't say anything. But we know how much time they take to respond and everything else. And that's where the private sector comes in. So we have a few incubators at Kolkata Ventures who are dealing with cybersecurity. And nobody is making less than 1 crore. Nobody. Why? Because there's nobody to help them but the private sector. It's us, the startups, who are there to save them when they need us. And guess what? It's not just the common people, the Aditya Birla groups, the big corporates. It is celebrities, politicians who cannot talk about the fact that they're getting hacked. And their private information, their pictures they want people to see, their extramarital affairs they want the world to know. Guess where they're going? To the startups. This online reputation management. Please help me fix it without telling anybody, without the PR getting to know. And we'll pay you anything you want. They get calls all the time. And if you can fix the problem for the top 1%, you are good. You don't need anybody else, right? But what I'm trying to say here is India is at the brink of digital revolution, and there is everything that is going digital, from birth certificate to death certificate, right? Everything is digitally available. That means everything is hackable. Your entire life is hackable. Your entire persona can be deleted, and that means you don't exist. Like that movie, I forget. What's the name of that movie? That gentleman, he was declared dead, although he was alive. Anybody remembers the movie name? Huh? Some Kagas, right?
There's somebody who's like a whole persona, everything has been hijacked and he is doing all kinds of crimes, and people come and be like,
doesn't look like a but he's doing all these things. So that means there is going to be more and more. As things get more sophisticated, more complex, and more out
genius of a person. I was sitting there, I'm like, my God, I have no idea what he's talking about, right? It's way beyond my head. So for the common people, what do they do? What are some products you can build? So my topic today is supposed to be building a startup in cybersecurity that you can scale up.
Any startup you want to scale up, forget it if it's cybersecurity or food. Scaling requires tech-enabled scalability. What does that mean? Let's say you're a restaurant, right? If you're a restaurant and you're making good money selling biryani, if you make 4 restaurants, guess what? Your cost goes up of building 4 restaurants. Infrastructure cost goes up linearly, and your profit also goes up linearly in proportion to the cost. Tech-enabled scalability means your cost goes up linearly, but your value goes up exponentially. What does that mean? That means for 5 rupees, I was getting 10 rupee profit. For 50 rupees, I'm getting 100 rupees profit. That's proportional growth, right? Exponential growth is I'm putting in 50 rupees and I'm getting 5,000 rupees profit. I'm putting in 5,000 rupees, I'm getting 50 lakhs profit, right? That's tech-enabled scalability, the crazy valuation you see. So now with stock market and everything, IPOs, I know we know Paytm is suffering and Zomato is suffering, Nika, all these IPOs kind of are struggling. Now, yes, they are inflated valuation, but there is a science behind it. Please understand, it's not a joke to be a unicorn. Let's talk about cred for a second, since we're at cybersecurity and cred deals with your credit cards. How many of you know cred? Heard of cred, right? Okay, so a couple of years ago, there was this viral thing that, oh, cred is only making 50 lakhs in revenue and they're already a unicorn. How come? Here is how come. In 100 crore population country, a little more than 100 crore, only 4 crore credit card users, right? 4 to 5 crore credit card users. And cred has captured 20% of the 4 crore credit card users. That means 20% of the credit card users, cred goes into their Gmail account, reads their credit card statements, and tells Amazon, Samsung, Google, Facebook, hey, Avelo just bought a Rolex watch. You know what? Why don't you show him a BMW ad also? Why don't you tell him to buy that bungalow? Why don't you tell him to get that private jet experience, right? Because now that they're reading your credit card statement, they know what you buy and they're giving out that data. And guess what? The more they do that, it is incredible value. In fact, I was in a meeting with Samsung, closing a deal a few months ago. Before getting into their Noida place, they had put stickers on my mics, on my cameras of my phone, laptop, everything. I'm like, why so much security? Once everything was done, they sealed up everything and we sat down to meet. They're like, now we can talk in ease. And they're telling me, like, Avelo, we don't have to sell the phones. We can give those Samsung phones for free. I'm like, really? They're like, yeah, because we make money from data. We know where you're going. We know what music you're listening to. We know if you're using Zomato, you're also using Swiggy or not. And we're giving all these data to these other companies who want to pay for it, the highest bidders, right? I was like, wow, like, yeah. So please tell your startups to get funded by us. We'll have $500,000 and we'll give them all the data and we'll give them downloads. They don't have to pay Facebook to get the downloads. We will just do auto update and the app will be visible on Samsung phones. Whatever demographic you want, we'll do it for you. And we'll give them all the data of GPS location, financial data, where they bank, what music they listen to, and everything else. That's the world we live in, and that's a $4 trillion industry. $4 trillion industry. We think Microsoft is rich, Apple is rich. There are 4 companies that deal with all your data. They consolidate all your data. Nobody talks about them. They are the richest and the most powerful companies in the world, and they don't want to be known. They don't want to be found out. And it's all legal, by the way. So there is the legal aspect of it, and there is the illegal side of things. Now, cybersecurity, we think the illegal aspect of things, which is a very small minority. But legally, Facebook has 5,000 data points on every American citizen. What does that mean? Even your parents don't know 5,000 things about you. Your spouse doesn't know 5,000 things about you. Facebook does. And guess what? Based on that, they're showing you what you want to see. And if you see today's divide, I'm a Hindu, I love Hindus. I'm a Muslim, I love Muslims, and I hate everybody else, right? This whole divide that's created, I'm talking about very dangerous things. Please, I have no affiliation to any political party, don't get me wrong. All I'm talking about is how data works. When Facebook is showing me, oh, you are from this religion and those people are bad, they're doing all the bad things to your people. Guess what? That's all I'm saying all day long. And I think the world is like this. because my world is like that. My Facebook, my Instagram, my WhatsApp, my Google, everything is showing me exactly that. And I think this is a very scary place to be. Everybody is here to kill me. And that's how you see in the last presidential election in the US. What happened? The most number of votes were cast in the US. And it was the most dividing of all elections. People who are pro-Trump went into the bloody Senate and hijacked it. People who were pro-Biden, they're like going all out. And there's hackers trying to hack the system. It's like craziness. So that's the world we live in. So understand, first of all, there is more problems than just cyber crimes that you know about. And all these problems need solutions. For example, if somebody who's a celebrity, doesn't want people to know, like our Mr. Kumar was talking about, oh, we are from the police. Our biggest source was phones because they like to tap phones, right? When you do WhatsApp calls, it's encrypted, apparently. Although Deepika Padukone and others got caught, I don't know how their WhatsApp messages, everybody's reading it. But the point is, if you do encrypted calling, it's harder for the police to reach you. Now, certain people want privacy, even though they are not politicians, they want privacy and they're willing to pay for it. Can you build a solution for it? Yes. Ferrari makes more money than Toyota. What does that mean? Ferrari just prides in selling 1,000 or 2,000 cars, right? Toyota sells millions of cars, but Ferrari makes more money. So if you tap the premium audience as a startup, plenty of money to be made. If you tap everybody, of course, you can be a mass product. But what I'm trying to say here is start anywhere you want. This is an untapped market. In the US, there is a lot of support given to the banks. There is insurance given. Anybody's credit card, anything hacking happens, you don't have to worry about it. In India, you have to worry about it. And the government is slow. And that's where we come in as startups, as the private sector, to create solutions. Even if you create an insurance company that supports cyber aspects, that does things with privacy, that protects people's identity, like Snapchat. What is Snapchat? This basically, I'm sending you my unsavory pictures and they'll get deleted within seconds, right? You see it and I won't get blackmailed by it. That was the basic idea behind Snapchat, right? And today everybody has those kind of chatting mechanisms. So the point is, you solve a problem, it doesn't have to be a serious problem, and there is a lot of money to be made. It is still at the early stages, just like Bitcoin when it was $10, right? Cybersecurity in India is at that stage. Nobody's looking at it. Everybody's like, Digital India, this, that, all the good things that's happening. The bad things don't get PR media because we know how our media works. It's all paid, right? So only things that the certain communities want to show will go in the media. But what's happening behind the scenes is horrible. Just a couple of days ago, one of our biggest clients, they were running Facebook ads. And this gentleman, he's an older man. So he got an email, apparently from Facebook, saying, hey, your account needs verification. He clicked on the link, put in his Facebook password. Instantly, he was out of Facebook. Somebody got into his ad account, spent $7,000 worth of ads. And now Facebook is not helping them. It's like, hey, $7,000, you have to pay. It's your ad account. We don't know who got it. You clicked on some link, not our problem. You have to pay. And that man
has to pay $7,000 for some robber who robbed him. Police doesn't help him. Facebook not helping him. He has no help whatsoever, right? And he has to run his ads. He has to run his business. That's the kind of helpless situation. Now, if any of you in this room, all the hackers over there,
if anybody offers a solution, he'll happily give you $1,000, 70,000 rupees right now. Please help me. That's the kind of place we are in. That means if you give even an unbaked solution, people are willing to pay for it because the situation is dire. So if you are thinking of building a startup, this is the right time. Start tonight. And Kolkata Ventures is here to support you. At Kolkata Ventures, we virtually incubate, we seed fund, and we give all the resources to our startups. We have grown from 0 to 550 revenue generating startups from 10 states of East India, 4,700 jobs created, and we are growing, growing, growing. So I invite you to join the startup revolution. East India is the best place to start, not Bangalore. Any reason why, Bangalore is filled with all the great heads. Every venture capitalist has 1,000 people waiting for them. Bengal, empty playing ground. Start here, grow here, and take over India, then take over the world. I hope that this inspires some of you to get in the startup zone. Now, I want to again ask you the same question. How many of you now thinking of starting a startup? Wow, really, huh? I was really hoping. I gave so much energy. A little bit more hands I would see. But anyway, in case you're fearful of starting up, let me tell you, there is no loss. You don't have to quit your job. You can be in your job, spend an hour a day, and start building your startup. When you make 30% of your salary, you can quit. Because once you reach that threshold, you know quickly you will be making 300% of your salary soon. This is the only way to grow in this India and take advantage of the time that we live in. I invite you to build your startups, and when it comes time to scale up, we are happy to help you, fund you, do whatever we can to help you grow. Thank you very much, and thank you to our dear friend Sandeep for inviting us. And I look forward to the pitches. Thank you very much.
Avelo, we need a lot of speeches like this from you to have more hands over there. Because I know in West Bengal, আমরা এখনো সেই সিচুয়েশনে পড়ে আছি যে বিজনেস করলে বিয়ে হয় না, চাকরি করলে বিয়ে হয়। সুতরাং you have a tough time ahead, but hearing your speech, I am a startup, so that's why this is happening. I'm sure there will be more startups. In fact, সবচেয়ে ইন্টারেস্টিং, আমার সবচেয়ে বড় যারা কম্পিটিটরস তারা আমার স্টুডেন্ট। ইন্ডিয়ান স্কুল অফ এথিক্যাল হ্যাকিং থেকে যারা সব বেরিয়েছে, আমার পরপর 5 জন যারা কম্পিটিটরস আছে, তাদের নাম আজকে অনেকবার উঠে এসছে, তারা সবাই আমার স্টুডেন্ট। So I am also creating startups, but you have some tough time. I'm sure successful time ahead where a lot of startups will come up. Thanks for coming. Thanks.
So thank you very much, Mr. Roy, for enlightening us that how startup in cybersecurity can scale up. Thank you very much. Now I'd like to welcome Sri Saurabh Chakrabarty, Chairman of the Computer Society of India, Kolkata chapter, and he will be speaking on security concept in cyber domain. Please welcome him on the stage.
In fact, before I start my session, I would like to thank Department of IT and Electronics, Government of West Bengal, Mr. Sanjay Das, who is the Joint Secretary there, and he is also the Member Secretary, Cybersecurity Center of Excellence, for inviting me at this particular deliberations. My thanks to all the people who are attending this particular session, and particularly to the student community. Digital innovation is quickly infiltrating all aspects of our everyday lives and is also making us vulnerable. Highly skilled and organized cyber attacks are compelling nations, corporate and societies to think of effective new approaches of protection. India being a growing economy and are in the process of building critical infrastructure, it is essential to evaluate the cyber risks and develop strategies. It is therefore important to understand the current cybersecurity threats from the following perspective. How do they manifest, spread, and how can they be contained? This is an important aspect. How can we protect our most valuable infrastructure assets? And how can companies embrace trends like AI, ML, blockchain without exposing themselves to cybersecurity risks. This we are discussing quite often in various seminars and conferences, and I'm sure in the next few years also this will continue. Can cybersecurity be built into the digital transformation process? I think this process has started, but the progress is little slow, but I'm sure in the coming days things will pick up, and I'm sure both the government of West Bengal and ISOEH, they are working in these directions, and I'm sure that in the coming days we will have many more important things happening in this regard. Cybersecurity is critical for economic security, and it is essential the nation and corporate engage and collaborate. This is very, very important. I was told that many corporate houses have joined this particular session. So it is very important that they come forward and join hands with organizations like Government of West Bengal and also with ISOEH. Proactive measures engaging policymakers, information technology companies, and others are needed to prepare any country for future eventualities. Government, industry, state intelligence agencies, central intelligence agencies, and security vendors should come together on a common platform to formulate and implement policies and procedures for cybersecurity. A robust framework should be developed in such a way that the collaboration with other countries and international cybersecurity agencies to tackle any threats in the coming days. In fact, although we are doing many things in the cybersecurity front, but I think ISOEH and also the government, they need to collaborate with foreign companies, foreign universities, and they need to harness the strength from them, and they understand that what exactly is happening in those advanced countries. I think this collaboration is very, very important, and I'm sure in the coming days, the government will definitely take up this issue. Considering the significance of cybersecurity challenges, Department of IT and Electronics, Government of West Bengal, ISOEH India, and organizing this particular conference. And I'm sure this conference has been rightly named as West Bengal Cyber Challenge and Sessions 2022. This hackathon event is going on, and I'm sure the results will be published very soon, and we will be in a position to assess who has done the best. But it is also important that apart from industry and experts from India, the program aims to invite government, academia, and students community to get benefited from this program. If I'm not wrong, as I understand that this particular event is being targeted towards central, state government officials, IT security professionals, enforcement and investigating agencies, data privacy specialists, data administrators, CIOs, CTOs, CSOs, CISOs, legal experts, application support personnel, BFSI, cybersecurity researchers, and educational institutes. This summit will answer most, if not all, your questions and provide comprehensive solutions related to cybersecurity and data privacy. This summit will discuss the future roadmap of cybersecurity and the steps to be taken to address future cyber attacks. As you know that this particular session that has been organized, there is a focus on industry-academia partnership. In fact, we were talking this particular concepts at length, and it is very, very important that industry should come forward. Without industry support, it will be very, very difficult to take this initiative forward. If you expect only the state government will do their job, it is not possible. So it is very important that the industry should also come forward and join their hands, along with, of course, the educational institutions, large educational institutions. They have a lot of funding. They are doing a lot of research, and I think they can channelize some of their research experiences with the government, share with the government, and take this initiative forward. Last but not the least, this particular session is heavily addressing towards the student community. Now, I'm always for the students, by the students, and for the students. At Computer Society of India, we have a very large student base. And if you will be surprised to know that we have more than 4,000 student branches all over India. Now, the question is this, that ultimately, the students are the torch bearers of this particular society. So it is very important that we have to encourage them to come forward and join this profession. Now, mere saying this is not sufficient. So what we need at this point of time, we need to give them a platform whereby they can take their initiatives forward. CSI is one such platform where the students can come and join and explore their opportunities. There are many, many good faculties as well as industry professionals who are available. You can share your thought process, you can exchange your views, and you can make things happen. I'm sure that all those who are participating in this hackathon, they will come forward in the coming days. We have taken many initiatives at CSI for organizing this kind of event. We have recently done one hackathon event. We are again coming up with one more hackathon event in the Northeast, which is supposed to be the biggest cybersecurity hackathon event in the country. And that is going to held sometimes in the month of August or September. But I'm sure that some of the faces, what I see today here, they will all be joining in this particular event. So with these few words, I conclude my deliberations. Thank you very much once again for your patient hearing. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Sorry to interrupt you. After sir's session, we will have the school first, and then we will go for the startup. We first allow the kids, and then we will go for the grown-ups.
So, thank you, Mr. Chakrabarti, for your wonderful speech. Now it's time to hear from Sri Devashish De. He is a professor, Department of Computer Science and Engineering of Macau, West Bengal. He is a PhD from Jadavpur University in 2005. He is senior member at IEEE, fellow IETE Life member CSI. He was awarded the prestigious Boycast Fellowship by the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, to work at Heroic Watt University, Scotland, UK. He received the Endeavour Fellowship Award from 2008 to 2009 by Dept Australia to work at University of Western Australia. He received the Young Scientist Award both in 2005 at New Delhi and 2011 in Istanbul, Turkey, from the International Union of Radio Science, Belgium. In 2016, he received the J.C. Bose Research awarded by IETE, New Delhi. In 2019, he received Shiksha Ratna Award by the Government of West Bengal. He established the Center of Mobile Cloud Computing for IoT application. He is Vice Chair of Dual Computing STC of IEEE Computer Society. He published in 320 journals and 20 conference papers, 15 books, and filed 10 patents. His index is 33, citation 5400, listed in top 2% scientist list of the world. Stanford University, USA. His research interest is Edge AI, IoT, and quantum computing. He will be speaking on his cybersecurity, so please welcome him on the stage.
Hello. Thank you, madam, for your nice introduction. And very good afternoon.
to all my friends, and I'm very happy to see that CSI logo. I'm working as a secretary of CSI. Just 1 minute before, our chairman talked about the opportunities of cybersecurity and training programs at CSI Kolkata. So in our university Macau, we also have a center of cybersecurity, and it is funded by MeitY. And the chief coordinator, Dr. Shantanu Phadikar, is here. And we have almost 1.5 crore rupees training funding we received from MeitY, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. And Shantanu, I think you have trained for more than 500 faculty members all over West Bengal. And the cybersecurity, the topic is here, cyber secure Bengal. You know that it is in our hand to make our Bengal secure, right? So there are some thumb rules are there. We have to follow those thumb rules. So already our previous speakers mentioned about the need of cyber security, but I like to mention some of the very important key aspects of the security related with mobile. So we have a center called Center of Mobile Cloud Computing. So the mobile phone is everyone's hand, right? So everyone uses mobile. But the question is whether we know how to use mobile. That is the biggest challenge. You know that when we are using this mobile phone, we are actually uploading all our data. So everyone is sharing the data to the cloud. And these companies like Vodafone, like Jio, and everyone is actually accessing all our data, and they're making money out of your money, right? Actually, that is their main business compared to your just 200 rupees per month. Actually, they're making maybe 1,000 rupees from your data analytics, from your data. So this is called mobile crowd sensing. Crowd sensing means we are capturing the data from all the users of India, all users of Bengal, and our data is moving to the cloud, and we are accessing the data, and this cloud is doing the analytics, right? Now the question is how to make it secure. That is a very important aspect. So one of the very important challenges that I think no one has talked about that is called privacy preserving technology, called PPML, privacy preserving machine learning. Few minutes before Shokoshachi was talking about machine learning, how to use this machine learning, but something is called coming up 2016 by Google. It's called PPML. What is that? That every user, say for example, everyone using WhatsApp. Anyone is there who is not using WhatsApp? So some software is called Google Keyboard or Gboard, right? In your mobile phone system. So when you are accessing that, when you are typing, say any word you are typing, so it is you are getting some recommendation through NLP, right? Isn't it? So everyone has your own mobile phone and everyone is accessing your own data, but you are getting different recommendation for your own applications because your mobile phone know you. Agree? Your mobile phone know your behavior, your typing behavior. So the question is, when you are talking about privacy preserving technology, every local level training is happening in your mobile phone. So in this room, I can see in the chair, I think 100 participants are here. So 100 local learning is happening. So when this data is going to the cloud, then what they're doing, they are actually using this NLP, they are actually accessing what is the frequency. Say A for apple, B for ball, we know that's from childhood, right? What is the most frequent words? See, if I ask you, sir, if I ask you what do you type? C for what? What do you type most? Yes. See in your WhatsApp or in your message, what do you type? C for what? Center of excellence. Good. Children. So you know that everyone has their own different kind of thing, right? So for this mobile phone is trained every month, and you know that every time your WhatsApp gets updated or any software, not only WhatsApp, every software gets updated. So your learning, your local learning is going to the cloud, and there on the cloud, say in West Bengal, 10 crore people is there. They are doing global learning there, but your identity will not be disclosed. So what is your name? Dr. Abramowitch's identity will not be disclosed. She said that C4 Center of Excellence. Shopushachi said C4 Children. Now, if I ask, usage of word that is stored in the local database or local cloud of West Bengal, right? So this is called privacy preservation. So you know that after getting all the data, the global database is updated by the system. Agree? And then again, when you upload, when you update your software, then what will happen? The NLP will make a most frequent word you will get, right, in your system. So they are making global learning system. So it happens, the software update happens after say 1 month or maybe 1 week. So this kind of learning technology where your data will not be disclosed. Shopushachi will not be disclosed. My data will not be disclosed. But our learning will be going to the cloud. Is it clear? All our identity will not be going to the cloud. Only the frequency will go. For example, it's 22, right? 2022. What is the frequently used word? Can you say anyone? Or C for C? COVID, yes. It is not children, it is not center. Because everyone is either affected. I was affected 2-3 times. So everyone is almost plus minus, everyone is affected. So COVID become a keyword, but hopefully COVID will be no more. Hopefully. Then maybe end of this year, C4 COVID will go vanish. Maybe C4 something will come. Right? So this kind of technology is known as privacy preserving technique or privacy preserving technology. So when you want to make a secure system, so security means you have to protect yourself, but privacy means you have to protect your identity. If you can protect our identity, then we can keep ourselves away from the attackers. Otherwise, that they will know your details. So if you see the recent last 3-4 years technology challenges, this privacy preserving technology is the most promising technology. This is a research report also. So this kind of learning is known as federated learning. Federated learning. Learning from local level, and it is federated, it's globally aggregation. Then it is going to everyone's mobile. So it's a totally a cycle, right? So this kind of technology is coming up in a big way, and those who are, I can see a lot of students are there who are doing coding, and privacy preserving machine learning is very becoming a very emerging trend. So when you want to make our system, rather our Bengal secure, we have to think on the various aspects of privacy. For example, one of the aspects is trust. How to create the trust? I think Motushi Vedon is there. She is working in the trust computing. Trust is one of the very important. So whether you trust this software or whether you trust this anything to download on your mobile phone, what is the rating and what are the other factors? TrustCon is another very important conference. Those who are in IEEE, one of the biggest conferences, TrustCon, Trust Conference. Okay, I think it's a 12th or 15th year, right? So in that conference, they are talking about how to believe the software news. The fake news, very big problem. So using this trust-based system, we can make the system secure. Okay, so what I'm talking about, I work in the mobile domain. So whatever research I do, only with the mobility, because everyone loves mobility, right? Everyone enjoys mobility. Agree? Isn't it? So land phone vanished. So it is a ubiquitous computing. So it is a domain of IoT, where actually everyone is connected to everyone. So we can control everything through Alexa or any kind of software system. So we have to think our voice over IP based system. We have to think about this privacy preserving technologies. So mobile crowd sensing is one of the very prime technology where actually we are actually capturing all the data from the mobile users. Okay, and lot of criminal activities also can be tracked. Since morning I have seen Rajiv Kumar was there and other dignitaries from Calcutta Police was present. So I like to give one example, if you permit. I can give one example that how this mobile phone technology can help in tracking also the culprits. Okay. For example, say this is a conference is happening, right? A seminar is happening. See if some bombing happens, what will happen? Madam, what will happen? some bomb or some big sound happens. What will happen? Everyone will run from your place. Agree? Yes or no? If you are alive, yes. Suppose you are alive and everyone will run, and the movement will be Brownian motion. Agree? Everyone know Brownian motion, physics. Now the question is, there was an incident in Boston. It's called famous problem, research problem, was Boston bombing problem, which is related with security. So, if bombing happens, and police do not find out who is the culprit. It was something by remote control based bombing or something like that. Now, the cyber security people, those who want to track actually how to find out the culprit, who is the culprit, who did this remote based systems or operations. So, can you tell me any case how it is possible to find out the culprit among the maybe 1,000 people? There was a marathon in Boston and bombing happens, there was some bomb blast happened and everyone is running. Just can you guess? I think many hackers are there. I've heard from that. Sorry? You know, you said many hackers are there, so maybe you can think ethical hackers, yeah. One of my friends was Ankit Padya, you know, this very good friend. You know Ankit Padya? He's also ethical hacker, right? He came to our university also, 2014. Yes. No. Okay, let's just give an example that. So in that Brownian motion, means everyone is moving. Only police, what they did, they have tracked the mobile towers. Okay, and they found that out of say 1,000 people, 6 are moving very slowly. Yeah. So they detained those 6 persons because their mobile number, how to track the mobility? Because mobile number, right? Mobile in their pocket or hand, whatever. So out of 6 people, they are moving slowly. So the police detained those 6 people. Out of 6 people, they found 3 is very fat. They're fat, even there is bomb, 6 not bad. Right? So out of remaining 3, they are the culprits. They know that next bombing will not happen. They are safe. That is a way, that is very interesting way. I just want to give an example. By this way also, a lot of people, using simple mobile data tracking, we can also find out the culprits. There are hundreds of examples, because I cannot give hundreds of examples now, but these are one of the examples, how to use this analytics. Very simple analytics, very simple example. But how to track the culprits. There are thousands of case studies are there. So we do research in the domain of mobile crowd sensing, how to track these people. You know that when you talk about secure Bengal or secure system, very simple examples from our day-to-day life, we can use it and we can solve it. Either you can make it patent or publish it, it's up to you, or you can use it for your government, especially fake news-based systems, where mobile phones are playing a very major role. Okay. Another example I can give you, Google Map, Google Map. You want to go to Shambhajar from this NewTown. How to do it? You find out the shortest path and green line means Google Map, right? Agreed? If there is a yellow or green means what? Fast path, no signal, no condition. Yes, how it is possible? How this Google is hacking? Means how the Google is tracking this roads of Bengal or anywhere in the world? No. Traffic motion. They are taking the data from the user. Mobile phone. See, that encouraged me to start the Center of Mobile Cloud Computing. But we do research all mobility. So they are taking the data, as Madam has mentioned, that taking the data from the mobile user. If the traffic is moving slowly, that indicates the cars are moving slowly. Hopefully, most of them are in the car. And if the 10 kilometer, that means it shows red color. If it is 2 kilometer, 3 kilometer, it shows red color. If it is 60, 70, whatever, it shows green. Right? Agreed? Now I can give I can ask you another question. This is my habit to ask questions. Sorry. that there is a very interesting scenario where Google did one experiment that 1,000 live mobiles within 2-3 cars, they just put it. And the cars are not moving, very slowly. There is no person is handling that. And Google is showing that condition. I'm getting a point. So there are fake condition can be also created. There are some solutions for it. So that day-to-day life we have various kinds of challenges and we have to provide the solutions. So I'm not giving the solution, but you think maybe sometimes we'll discuss. Okay, so these are the various challenges of security. When you are talking about mobility and internet world, lot of challenges are coming, especially IoT, Internet of Things. Everyone is working on Internet of Things, where we are connecting not only the things, we are connecting the people also. We are talking about social engineering, right? We are connecting not only the things, we are connecting the people also. Because social IoT, everyone is connected. Everyone is connected to each other. In social IoT, lot of fake things are happening. So there are lots of challenges are there. We need to solve those problems. In West Bengal also, there are a lot of challenges are there. We are working on those domains. So I'm not disclosing because something is confidential. So, but we have to think, those who are especially students, I can see some of the students are there. So they can think how to solve our day-to-day problem from our day-to-day mobility life. So these are the various important challenges our networks, the mobile networks or cloud networks. So we have to make them secure. Now we have a habit of using Windows and systems and all that. That makes our life a little bit unsecured in nature. So it is always recommended to use Linux or open source based systems, so which will make the system much more secure enough. Okay, and I hope that I've given some idea where this mobility plays a major, very, very important role. So a lot of challenges are coming up, and we have to solve it. Those who are from Bengal, we have to solve it for our cause, for our society, for our country. Yes.
So you mentioned privacy.
Yes.
And now when we saw that you moved from WhatsApp,
yeah.
quickly went back to WhatsApp and even they know that WhatsApp is active. So my generation does not care about privacy as long as
do not bother about privacy.
But you mentioned there are products.
Yeah, product should be there. That we have to. That kind of awareness should be there. We are not actually bothered. We that okay.
That was my question.
Question is how much we pay? 250 rupees per month or 300 rupees maximum. But if you want to actually pay, it will be around. There is some cost calculation. 900 rupees per month. How many of us ready to pay for it? Almost no one. So we are really ready to compromise with our privacy, and we are ready to share our data. I think I will agree that we do not bother about privacy.
Once the IDPR will come, Indian Data Protection Regulation, things will change. But to be very honest, I go to a lot of sessions. So at least before your marriage, a lot of people came to you and asked you for your salary. All the prospective who has daughters. So privacy was never a culture.
Yes. But we have to develop privacy preserving society.
See, sir, we should start privacy as a official curriculum from school.
Exactly.
If you start it from the college, damage is beyond repair. We have school students waiting for here to showcase their presentation. That is where we need to start.
Sure.
Sir gets you people when you are already damaged. But the teachers who are in the school, we need to train the trainers and make sure that they cultivate that culture among the school students before they come to sir. Am I right, sir?
Sure. So we have to be somewhere in between, something balanced in our life.
Right.
So that we said, do not eat the junk food. But I love pizza.
Avelo, do you have a kid, or all the people who have kids over here?
Compromise.
How many times you try to see what the kid is doing 24 hours or so, 24 hours a day? You are always poking your nose into the kid's activity. Where will the kid learn privacy? The first thing that you are teaching the kids, your privacy is a myth. I want to know everything you are doing from morning till night. So where is the privacy? Do you allow them to have a private life? I don't think so. No parents over here allow them.
They give the students mobile phones so that they can pack.
Sir is correct.
Yes.
In West Bengal and that all over India, what is happening? We are trying to get ourselves skilled on leading technology. Say, for example, AI, ML, blah. But the problem, one is not understanding that mere learning technologies is not going to put you at the position of Larry Ellison. You cannot reach there. So somebody has to paint the picture that in order to become Larry Ellison, what additional things I need to do. I may be an expert in cybersecurity, but that does not mean that I can reach the top. The thing which is missing in our curriculum, that besides learning the technologies, you also need to give enough emphasis on character building. Now, this is something which you have to learn if you happen to be in IT, because in IT it is a group activity. It is not an individual activity. Okay, so when you are the moment you pass out from an engineering college, you need to join either TCS or whatever companies you want to get. But there you have to work in a group. The size of the team may be 25, 30, 40. I have seen in number of cases, it is a very big challenge in maintaining those groups.
You are right, sir. So we will all work together over here to make sure that we overcome the challenge.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, sir. We have legends out here, sir. There's a small token gift for you over there. We have all the legends today over here under the one roof, and I believe we have learned a lot from them. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Now comes a very, very interesting event, and I will not allow anybody to go over there at the tea stall. যার যার চা খাওয়ার চা খেয়ে নিয়েছেন, এবার সবাই এখানে থাকুন, কারণ বাচ্চারা প্রেজেন্টেশন দেবে স্কুল থেকে যারা এসছে। আপনাদের সবার সাপোর্ট লাগবে এই বাচ্চাদের। Don't expect them to be as good a speaker like Shobboshachi or Avelo or Sir. এরা সব স্কুলে পড়ে, ক্লাস 9, 10, 11 পড়ে। আপনাদের পুরো সাপোর্ট যেন এদের সঙ্গে থাকে, কারণ এই বাচ্চারা যদি কালকে মোটিভেটেড হয়, এরাই কিন্তু বড় হয়ে সায়েন্টিস্ট হবে, ইনোভেটরস হবে। তো আই asked the schools to send students to us. অনেকে পরীক্ষার জন্য আসতে পারেনি, পরীক্ষা চলছে, কিন্তু যে দুজন স্কুল এসছে তাদেরকে সারা ইনভাইট করবে। বাই দ্য ওয়ে, একটু ওয়ান ক্ল্যাপ ফর সারা অলসো। সারা ছেত্রী কিন্তু প্রফেশনাল এমসি নয়, ও আমাদের এথিক্যাল হ্যাকিং টিমেরই একজন মেম্বার। তো ও কিন্তু প্রফেশনাল এমসি নয়, শি ইজ আ পার্ট অফ আওয়ার টিম। So Sara, over to you. Please call the students.
Thank you very much, Sandeep sir and Devasis sir. We had a very good discussion over here. So it's time for the interesting presentation from Susila Birla Girls School. So I'd like to welcome Mehek Patwari, Siddiqa Chakravarti, IC Majumdar on the stage. All over to you.
Good afternoon, respected judges, dignitaries, and all the eminent schools and colleges gathered here today. We are students of the computer club of Susila Birla Girls School. I am Mehek Patwari of class 11, and this is Siddiqa Chakraborty and Oishi Majumdar of class 9. Our topic for the presentation is layers of web, a vortex of utilities and dangers. Now, what is World Wide Web? The World Wide Web is a web of interlinked HTML pages accessible all over the internet. But is the internet the web, or is the web the internet? No, the internet is actually the connection that enables access to the World Wide Web. The web holds far more secrets than we can comprehend. Data scientist Denis Shikshak, in his iceberg analogy, as you can see here, says that the web contains 3 layers: the surface web, the deep web, and the dark web. From here, Shikshak will take over. Thank you.
As has been said before, the web contains 3 layers. So firstly, I would like to talk about the surface web. What is the surface web? The portion of the internet that is being listed by search engines is basically the surface web, also known as the visible web. According to the worldwidewebsites.com, currently in April 2020, search engines have indexed at least 5.53 billion pages. But did you know that these 5.53 billion pages form about only 4% of the entire web? Yes, the number of pages may seem to be a lot, but it is actually just the tip of the iceberg of the internet. The surface web is anything that can be indexed using the typical search engines. Also, it is the most familiar part of the web, which includes various main search engines like Google, Bing, Yahoo, Mozilla Firefox, Microsoft's Internet Explorer or Edge, etc., to discover anything over the internet, from daily online news to buying something on the e-commerce website. This is the part of the internet that is used by average users all over the world. Also, it is the section of the web that falls under constant government surveillance across all countries. Next slide. How to access the surface web? Unlike the deep web and the dark web, the surface web is actually accessible to any user on the internet. Also known as the light net or indexed web, any user can access the surface web like a cakewalk. It isn't a difficult task like accessing the dark web because everything you find on the World Wide Web is the surface web itself. It contains pages that are allotted under indexable that can be readily accessed by search engines' result page. The search engines primarily access the surface web through web crawlers or website data. Staying safe on the surface web. Number 1, keep your privacy settings on. Marketers love to know all about you, and so do hackers. Both can learn a lot from your browsing and social media usage, but you can take charge of your information. As noted by Lifehacker, both web browsers and mobile operating systems have settings available to protect your privacy online. Major websites like Facebook also have privacy-enhancing settings available. These settings are sometimes deliberately hard to find because companies want your personal information for its marketing value. Make sure you've enabled these privacy safeguards and definitely keep them enabled. The second key point to remember is practicing safe browsing. You wouldn't choose to walk through a dangerous neighborhood, and so don't visit dangerous neighborhoods online. Cyber criminals use lurid content as bait. They know that people sometimes are tempted by dubious content. The internet's demimonde is filled with hard-to-see pitfalls where one careless click could expose personal data or infect your device with virus or malware. By resisting the urge, you don't even give hackers the choice. Number 3, making sure your internet connection is secure and use a secure VPN connection. To further improve your internet browsing safety, using a secure VPN connection is essential. VPN enables you to have a secure connection between your device and an internet server that no one can access or monitor the data you're exchanging. Number 4, be careful of what you download. A top goal of cyber criminals is to trick you into downloading malware, programs, or apps that carry malware or to try to steal information. This malware can be disguised as an app, anything from a popular game, or some app which checks the weather or the traffic. As PC World advises, do not download apps that look suspicious or come from a site you do not trust. Number 5, choose strong passwords. Passwords are one of the biggest weak spots in the whole internet security structure, but there is currently no way around them.
And the problem with passwords is that people tend to choose easy passwords so that it is easy for them to remember. Like all of us have probably used the word password or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which are also easy for cyber thieves to guess. Select strong passwords that are hard for cyber criminals to demystify. Password manager software can help you to manage multiple passwords so that you don't forget them. Or you can maintain an Excel sheet or a spreadsheet so to remember your password. A strong password is one that is unique and complex, at least 15 characters long, mixing letters, numbers, and special characters. After being done with the surface web, I would like to move on to the deep web. What is the deep web? The deep web refers to the part of the internet not fully accessible to search engines like Google, Bing, or Yahoo. The deep web includes pages that are not indexed, fee-for-service sites, private databases, and so on. The deep web is below the surface layer and is not a part of the dark layer. Search engines like Google, Bing, and Yahoo are able to search and index websites because of links. However, if one person wants to search a public library catalog to find a book, he cannot type the title of the book onto his browser's search bar and expect Google to return a meaningful result because there are no links. Instead, he would have to go to the public library's website and use a search bar inside that website to locate this data on the public library's server, which is basically the deep web. Now I would like to move on to some of the features of the deep web. The deep web gives users access to far more information than the surface web. A lot of information which is censored on the surface web is available on the deep web, like databases, which are essential for managing your personal finances and documents. The second, privacy, which is usually provided by encryption, is another feature of the deep web. Encryption, that is securing digital data by using one or more mathematical equations on the deep web, allows fee-for-service sites to keep their content away from non-paying internet users while serving it to their customers. The encryption of databases is absolutely necessary for all forms of fintech to function properly. Without this security, neither firms nor individuals could safely conduct financial transactions over the internet. What are some of the things that are included in the deep web? Data of personal email accounts, data of social media accounts, data of online banking accounts, scientific and academic databases are just some of the things that are present in the deep web. As you can see, another important aspect is staying safe on the deep web. The deep web is a relatively safe place, but it does not mean that there are no risks. Some key points to remember are as follows. Use strong passwords or unique passwords on all accounts, including emails, social media accounts, or banks, which includes a hard-to-guess combination with letters, numbers, and symbols. If you have to log into one of your accounts by providing a username, password, or some other type of authentication, the information you access is basically on the deep web. You probably check your email and credit card statements online without worry, but that does not mean that accessing that personal information has no risks. Your accounts on the deep web contains a lot of your personal data that criminals might value. Hence, it is important to have a proper management of password. The second point is, do not use public Wi-Fi to access personal information or making financial transactions. Always use a secure VPN connection. Number 3 is very important, and that is to beware of phishing mails. It is possible you could receive an email that appears to be from a reputable source. It might look like it's the bank you keep your personal information on the deep web in. The email might ask you to supply your Aadhaar card number to access your account or to click onto a link to respond requests for information. Never do it. The bank will never ask for your information through an email. That means someone is likely sending you an email to trick you into supplying valuable information. This is commonly referred to as phishing. We would like to present a short video which basically showcases our entire concept. Can the sound be increased, please?
Hello.
We can skip the video if that will be convenient.
Activate the intelligent system. Password required. Access granted. All right, we're in business. Good evening. How are you? Access granted.
We would like to move on to the dark web. Darknet and dark web. A darknet is an overlay network within the internet that can only be accessed with specific software or authorization. The dark web pulls up sites using information that is not indexed online, such as bank accounts, email accounts, and databases. The dark web forms a small part of the deep web, the part of the web not indexed by web search engines, although sometimes the term deep web is mistakenly used to refer specifically to the dark web. Like all things dealing with the internet, the dark web also traces its history back to 1969, when the Advanced Research Project Agency, better known as ARPA, developed a computer communications network that eventually became the internet that we know today. Features and uses of the dark web. Sites in the dark web use encryption software so that their visitors and owners can remain anonymous and hide their location. Through the dark web, private computer networks can communicate as well as conduct various businesses anonymously without divulging identifying information, such as a user's location. The dark web also has its share of users. Dissidents who fear political persecution from their governments might use the dark web to communicate with each other. Some may want certain medical diagnosis to remain a secret, which is why they serve the dark web. Investigative journalists trying to unveil political or criminal secrets may want their sources and information to also remain a secret, hence the use of the dark web. There are also a few pleasant, harmless uses. One can also come across online versions of books that have long been out of print, interesting manuscripts which have been banned due to controversies, etc. Politically active people may also use the dark web if they wish to unveil governmental misuses of power and wealth, corruption, etc. What are the malicious effects of the dark web? The dark web has earned some of its sinister reputation. A 2016 report from researchers Daniel Moore and Thomas Reid of King's College in London looked at 5,205 live sites in the dark web and found that 2,723 contained illicit content. Drug dealing. The dark web might be most notable for providing black markets that visitors can use to buy illicit drugs. The Silk Road, founded by Ross Ulbricht, who operated under the pseudonym Dread Pirate Roberts, is a good example. The Federal Bureau of Investigation shut down Silk Road in 2013, and that is the logo of Silk Road. A new version of the site came online that year, but that was also shut down. Alpha Bay was another popular online marketplace filled with illegal products. It was shut down in 2017. Pornography. The dark web is also home to illegal pornography, such as child pornography. In 2019, federal prosecutors filed charges against a 23-year-old South Korean man who is accused of running a large dark web-based marketplace for child pornography. Firearms. A study published by the RAND Corporation in 2019 found that it is relatively easy to find firearms for sale here. Most of the firearms are bought and sold in the United States of America, but Europe represents the largest market for arms trade on the dark web. Passwords and usernames for streaming services. Cybercriminals sell passwords to those who want to skip paying the monthly fees for streaming subscriptions. These typically include those for services such as Netflix, HBO, Amazon Prime, and other streaming services. Credit card and debit card numbers. This may be shocking to hear, but according to a report by Gemini Advisory, 115 million stolen debit card and credit card numbers were posted to the dark web in 2020. Bank account numbers and passwords. According to a report by cybersecurity firm Digital Shadows, more than 15 billion pieces of financial account details are now being sold in online marketplaces. According to the report, banking and financial accounts make up about a quarter of these online listings. Social security numbers. Criminals can also find social security numbers along with other personal information like people's birth dates, addresses, and phone numbers for sale on the dark web. Criminals can use a social security number to help steal your identity, which will lead to severe financial damage. Staying safe on the dark web, which is a relatively difficult task than staying safe on the other layers. It is a common misconception that usage of the dark web is illegal. However, it is not at all so. Surfing the dark web is legal, both in India and in other countries. Professionals such as private detectives, journalists, police officers often need access to the dark web. Dark web comes with many dangers for those who don't know how to use it. While the desire for more and more privacy among teenagers and adolescents keep on growing, many are gaining access to the dark web, but actually they have no clue on how to use it safely. We'll be showcasing the techniques required to surf the dark web safely. These techniques are somewhat complex for teenagers and even young adults to perform on their own. So the first and foremost recommendation for them is to stay away from this realm altogether. Number 1, connect to a VPN. Number 2, download or install the Tor Browser. This browser, short for the Onion router, is a free and open source software that allows people to travel the web anonymously. The development of the Tor browser that is commonly used today to access the dark web began in 2008. Use the official Tor website to avoid fraudulent Tor-like products that could compromise the digital security. Not only will a VPN allow you to unblock Tor in countries where it has been banned, but it will also prevent your ISP, government agencies, or other third parties from monitoring or tracking your Tor usage. Number 3, configure or connect to Tor. By default, the main add-ons and security settings are on, but you may need to configure certain options if you live in a country where Tor is censored. Number 4, now you are free to surf the dark web. You can use one of Tor's search engines like DuckDuckGo, Torch, or Candle. Precautions. After a surfing session in the dark net, users must never visit the light net straight away, but they should first restart the system and observe its behavior. If the computer operates normally and is not exhibiting any suspicious action, then it is safe to resume work as usual on the light net. Should you wish to make any online purchases, always use cryptocurrency like Bitcoin. Disable JavaScript and avoid downloading torrent files and new plugins to protect your IP address. So we conclude that surfing the different layers of the web is fine, as long as one knows the right technique to do so. In the current digital era, many adolescents and even adults are taken in and misled by the confusing maze of the internet. It is important to be aware of the many possible dangers that may befall a user in order to protect himself or herself, as well as his or her family. We must remember that cybercrime is one of the leading concerns of the world today. Frauds, malware, ransomware, phishing attacks are all a part of this. Proper precautions and knowledge are essential to not endanger oneself. If used properly, the web is a quite interesting and useful platform to be on. These are the links used by us for the research conducted to make the presentation, photographs, animation, and we used YouTube for the video. Thank you one and all present here. I hope you enjoyed the presentation as much as we enjoyed putting it up for you.
Thank you, girls, for your amazing presentation. Now we will move forward to next presentation by South Point High School. I'd like to call Irfan Habib Ghazi and Kaniska Chakrabarti on the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Kaniska Chakrabarti.
And I am Irfan Habib Ghazi.
We are from South Point High School and we'll be talking about cybersecurity in the metaverse and staying safe in a world of emergent technologies. Who here has heard about the metaverse? And NFTs. Does anyone here own NFTs? All right. So for those who did not raise their hands, what is the metaverse? It is an ever-connected digital space encompassing our social interactions, our work, and our play. Next slide, please. People meeting and collaborating with each other in virtual conference rooms for work and in vast virtual worlds in massively multiplayer games. Artificial intelligence that aids and enhances our experience with personalized content, fast and accurate translations powered by natural language processing that erases language barriers. We will be creating and consuming new types of interactive content on the metaverse. Unlike a traditional social media site, there is no concept of logging on. Your devices are always online, keeping you connected to the rest of the world. As for logging off, you won't want to log off. This vision is nothing new, but we are finally seeing widespread adoption of the technologies that enable the metaverse. Affordable and immersive head-mounted displays, improved IoT and wearable tech, and 5G connectivity. Already, a large part of our workflow is cloud-based, with storage, compute, hosting, continuous integration and development, and even cloud gaming available to the general consumer. However, the cloud is just someone else's computer. When internet connectivity is fast and accessible, it turns out that most users don't care where the processing takes place, as long as the end user experience is smooth. Companies like Meta, Epic Games, Apple, Microsoft, Google, and others are pushing innovation in the metaverse right now.
What is a blockchain? It is a shared, immutable ledger that facilitates the process of recording transactions and tracking assets in a network. A cryptocurrency is a digital currency that is secured by cryptography and based on blockchain technology. A defining feature of cryptocurrencies is that, unlike fiat currency, which is a centralized currency regulated by the government, cryptocurrencies are decentralized, which allows them to exist outside the legislation of any single government or central authority. However, despite the pseudonymity and accessibility that cryptocurrencies appear to offer, it has also created several security problems. Since cryptocurrencies are not regulated by any central organizations, as in traditional currency, it can be freely used as transactions for illegal activities. And since anyone can make a new coin, there have been several fake crypto investment schemes where people have lured to invest in a coin which is never listed on any exchange, making it impossible to trade. NFTs or non-fungible tokens is another recent application of blockchain, which have grown to popularity in the past months. They are cryptographic assets with unique identification and metadata. Similar to cryptocurrencies, NFTs have created a space for scammers and fraudsters. These scams can be of various types, such as rug pull scams, where promoters stop backing an NFT and take away the investors' money. Counterfeit NFTs, where scammers steal an artist's work and open a fake NFT on the marketplace. And phishing scams, where scammers trick the users and hack into their digital wallets. Digital currencies based on blockchain technology are the backbone of metaverse economy. Cryptocurrencies can be used for paying everything from NFTs, virtual assets, avatar accessories, and more. On the other hand, NFTs provide a proof of ownership on blockchain technology on any digital asset that the metaverse is highly dependent on blockchain technology and their applications. Hence, as the metaverse expands and evolves rapidly, it is inevitable that their role will become even more significant. It is important that we keep in mind the advantages and dangers associated with virtual currencies as we enter the metaverse.
Next slide, please. As our honorable speakers have already established, the weakest chain in any cybersecurity setup is a human being. In phishing and social engineering, the attacker targets human beings instead of machines. It is ultimately far easier to trick a person into sharing their credentials, or maybe even their two-factor authentication, than it is to crack RSA 4096. On that note, here's a relevant XKCD. Next slide, please. There's always a relevant XKCD for everything. It highlights the need to implement the concept of least privileged access, because one very recent example of social engineering attacks would be the Lapsus group, carrying out social engineering attacks on a multitude of companies across the globe. Everyone in an organization should not have access to every internal document. It should not be possible for a new intern to leak high security credentials, because a new intern should never have that access to begin with. Speaking of leaking credentials, it causes one problem we have become all too familiar with in this pandemic situation: Zoom bombing. Unauthorized people gaining access to credentials and using those for disruptive purposes. This problem will only get exemplified in the metaverse, where miscreants may invade private digital spaces and even impersonate others. Especially if minors are to get on the metaverse, proper access control and credential management is a necessity to keep the metaverse a safe place. Next slide, please.
So that brings us to the question, what does the future hold? As devices get smarter and more connected, the implications of a successful attack evolve as well. Hacking wearable tech or smart home devices connected to the Internet of Things could breach immense amounts of sensitive data. Smartwatches and fitness trackers collect data about biometrics, physical activity patterns, habits, health trends, and more. If a phone gets hacked, the attacker might get access to the microphone, camera, and location tracking. A malicious entity gaining access to a smart home security system could be disastrous. It could be used for surveillance, and the alarm could be disabled, allowing intruders to easily break in.
For the average user, blocking ads or using a custom operating system, say a fork of Android or Linux, is not always plausible. And thus, it's usually a choice of who runs the surveillance. Is it Facebook and Google, or is it some random person in a hotel room somewhere? Looking to the not so near future, emergent tech like Neuralink paves the way for advanced body modifications that bridge the gap between our physical world and the digital metaverse. Of course, that brings new challenges and hazards. The damage that could be caused by hacked smart implants is potentially life-threatening. However, just as cyber criminals will keep looking for exploits, cybersecurity experts and educators will always work to make sure that we stay safe in this world of emerging technologies. Next slide, please. Thank you.
Thank you. That was really informative. So, okay, now we will move. Oh, this is moving. Just a second. So now we will move to another session where young student will present the startup ideas. So I'd like to call from Dr. Sudhir Chandra Sur Institute of Technology, Soham Banerjee, Kaustav Sharma, and the topic will be Traffic Management System and Sport Complex. Please be on the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Shom Banerjee, and this is my friend Kaustav Sharma. We are students of Dr. Sudhir Chandra Shur, and we are currently fourth year students. We are doing a project on traffic management system. So how is this exactly related to cybersecurity? Because our system uses sensors and it doesn't use GPS. Rather, we do have a system to use GPS, but we are mostly relying on sensors instead. So this way we can solve the problem of GPS and so on. And what that means is if your data will not go from here to Google, so that makes the system safer. Also, on top of that, what it means is that since the census will be controlled by our government, local government, then it is also Atmanirbhar Bharat and so on. So now I will tell you to start the presentation. So as you can see, here are the names of the people. And okay, traffic congestion is one of the biggest problems in the management of an urban metropolis. We all know, right? How many of us are drivers here? Okay, there are some drivers here. So as we all know, the jams are so terrible. They just appear out of nowhere and then they suddenly go out of nowhere. So now, while some solutions do exist, they are not without their flaws. And so our project will run into deeper things. However, we will not deal with all the deeper things because basically our project deals with multiple aspects of the thing, and cybersecurity is but one aspect. So firstly, we will deal with the jam detection algorithm. How exactly we detect the jams? We will gloss over it a little bit, okay? So now I will hand over the reins to my friend Kaustav. He will explain the jam detection part.
Thank you, Shum. Good morning, everyone. Coming to this part, that is jam detection and traffic handling. Basically, as we saw that quite many of us are like drivers, and we face a lot of issues while we are driving. For example, if I'm going and I don't know whether the jam is going to last for how long. It may last for 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. We don't know the reason, or it could be anything. So in that case, if I'm like preliminarily told that I have to take an alternative route, so it's better not to stand in the queue, right? So in such a situation, this is going to help. So here we can see that a very basic simulation of how things are going to work. And say for example, here we have this road entire system of network, and we just have considered a very small portion. It will be like multiple sections of road. So here we can see that in the present. Yeah, we can see that one car came and went. We don't have any issue till yet. Another car came, not an issue again. But a situation may arise when a car is going to come due to any reason, any restriction, any signal failure. It is standing at this particular point. Now we are going to see that cars are going to stand in a pile, in a queue, in this particular region of road. So if any car which is going to come after these piles, if it is told beforehand that you have to take an alternative route, not to stand in this particular queue, then it's very much beneficial for this particular vehicle to reach its destination in the correct time. So our system will basically help in this way. And here we can see that we have, as we have told, that this is a sensor-based project. So we have sensor 1, sensor 2, and sensor 3. These are the installed sensors over here. And this is how we can see the vehicles are moving. And once the jam is resolved, so the vehicles are easily going to move. So that I just gave you a very basic idea like how things are going to work in real time. So now if I go to the theories, it will be much more easier for me to convey and as well for others to understand the things. So the next slide, please. So basically here we have seen that it's a three-phase traffic theory and the fundamental traffic relation, as we can see. So there are a lot of back-end calculations going, like how we are going to say how many vehicles should be adjusted in one particular block of road. We have to consider the gappings, we have to consider the length of the vehicles. Everything will be detected by the sensors. And there's one relation, which is fundamental traffic relation, which says Q, which is the flow rate of the vehicle in a particular section of road for a certain period of time, and which is equals to K into V, where K is the density of the vehicle, V is the velocity of the vehicle, which are going to give us certain conclusions. The conclusion is for example, we can see that if the vehicle speed is quite high for a certain period of time, of course, we can see the flow rate is pretty much high. The density is low. In the schematic representation, we saw initially there were only 2 vehicles which simply came and went away. So that is the condition when we say CP. Now there may be a situation where we can see in the last time we saw when the jam was resolved, the vehicles were moving in a particular queue. So there we saw the speed was quite moderate, flow rate was close to free flow, and the density was like pretty much okay. So in that case, we are saying it's a synchronized flow. But how we are going to make our system know it's a jam or not? Basically, it's all about AI. So the humans can say it's jam, but how a system is going to know that? So for such a reason, we are going to say if the flow rate is ignorable, the density is highest, the speed is highest, then it is simply a jam. So coming to the part, can we just move to the next slide? Yeah. Just one slide back, possible. So we don't have one diagram over here. So basically, can you just move one back slide? Backward. Yeah, here we can see that we have two sensors, right? Sensor A, sensor B. So it's pretty much simple. Whenever a vehicle is going to enter this particular, say, this particular area, this one sensor is going to detect the presence of that vehicle. It's going to calculate the time, say it's initially 0. So once it crosses this sensor, the same vehicle will encounter this sensor. It will detect this particular area. This particular sensor is going to detect the presence of that vehicle at say certain time t, maybe 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 5 seconds, it may be anything. Since we have installed the sensor, we know what is the distance between these. That's very basic relation, speed equals to distance by time, we all know. And in such a way, we can easily calculate the velocity of the vehicles moving in the segment of the road. So this is how we are going to calculate the velocity of each and every vehicle. Next slide, please. This is how we have encountered this velocity for the vehicles. Density is pretty much simple for how much time we are getting the vehicles, and we can be having those back-end calculations which are going to give us the solution for that as well. Next slide, please. So once a jam is encountered, yeah, one thing I'd like to mention that what is a jam? We have to make our system understand that we are facing a jam basically. So a jam is like we have to make understand for a particular segment of road, the number of vehicles are getting entirely fulfilled. Second criteria is the vehicle are standing in a queue for how much period of time. For example, the waiting time is greater than the what it should be. For example, 40 seconds, 50 seconds. In such conditions, like we have two conditions simply, so which will satisfy. We have encountered the jam, the number of vehicles in the queue are getting maximum. Now we have to see whether they are like having not much, sir. Actually, it was a part like a fourth year project, so we were like asked to. Okay, sure, sir. Can you conclude the slide, please?
Okay, so basically, as you can see, that let's say that there's a car comes and then for some reason it cannot be with that. Okay, so as you can see here that the vehicles are entering and then they're leaving. So basically from the thing we can conclude this that the car is waiting for a certain time in the storage area. So how do we exactly know that? That waiting time we will put in a second algorithm. Basically how this works is that when they basically how that works is we will consider the waiting time to be the weight of the road, as in how long it will take for a vehicle to. So basically once we calculate how long it will take for a car to travel through the road, we can easily calculate which road will be the most optimal to take. So as you know that, then once we know that, then it will make travel much more simple. So this entire thing will be done using sensors. And the best thing about this is we use 3 sensors to do this thing. And which is much more easier because if there's a big road and there's only 3 sensors on it, then that's way more cheaper than sending a sensor on every single car. So on top of that, the sensor will be connected to the government buildings and so on.
Thank you everyone. Yeah.
So thank you very much. I'd like to announce that our hackathon competition is going on the left wing of this auditorium. We will be announcing the name of the winner and distribute the prize on the end of this show. So next we will hear startup ideas from Jeron. I would like to welcome Mr. Sanket Sarkar, Snejan Chatterjee, Swarnali Singha, and Ankit De on the stage.
Xerin is the next generation cybersecurity solution, which is a must for you, and it helps you to grow your business and save you. Welcome to Xerin, as your security matters. Xerin is the next generation cybersecurity, which is a must for you, and it helps you to grow your business and save you money. It shows you the revenue you save if there is a probability of a data breach with you. Store all of these with the power of an AI. Because your security matters.
Good afternoon. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sanket, founder of Xerin, a cybersecurity platform which aims at providing the best version of cybersecurity and risk management in a user-friendly form factor. Why? How? I'll come to that. But before that, do we have any organizations or companies, corporate companies here? Yes. Yes, sorry, sir. So just one question, like, what are the top 3 things if I ask you in implementation of cybersecurity that you face problem? Or it can be like you do not think or you do not get to see a visibility which makes sense to you that I should implement. It can be anything. Nothing? Anyone? Yes, sir.
Internal fit, the problem with the internal users and their demands for opening different sites.
Okay. Sir said internal threats, right? So, well, yes, sir wants to say something.
So how many potential attacks was happening while you were doing business? Probably you do not have the visibility of how many times you are getting tried onto while you are doing your normal business operation.
Right. So one which we have is insider threats. Number 2 is visibility. Right. So can we move on to the next slide, please? Right. So I'll just talk about a bit of business landmarks before we move on to the problem statement. Well, we successfully launched our flagship product Xerin on 3rd of August 2021. Till date, we have clocked a revenue of $120,000. I became runner-up in Secom Manchin Challenge, which was hosted by Japan, which was a technical challenge in cybersecurity solutions itself. Then we went on to become the second runner-up at the Global Cyber Peace Challenge as well. Right. Next, please. Right. So what our mission is basically to quantify cybersecurity and risk management in a user-friendly form factor. If I talk about cybersecurity, we have had a lot of sessions today, right? Cybersecurity is thought to be very hyper-technical. If I just go and ask someone, what is the security landscape of your organization, they will probably tell me, I need to talk with my technical team. There is no benchmarking that is happening in this particular area. And there is less quantification in terms of cybersecurity. That is the space that we are working in. Next. So this is a statistics of an average cost of a single data breach. This is the statistics which came in a report last year by IBM. And for a single data breach, the global average, including startups, SMEs, mid-sized companies, and enterprises, is $4.24 million. And it is rising at a rate of 74% year on year, 73.7 to be exact. So there are three problems that people face. Number one is cyber literacy. Organizations need a dedicated expert team to handle their cybersecurity. I guess we saw here, right? India needs 77,000 ethical hackers and 5 lakh cybersecurity professionals, and the training institutes are doing their part. But what at present? There is a huge gap. To understand a particular thing that is happening, you need someone who understands cybersecurity to the deep. You need to understand those technical terms. If there is a particular SQL injection and if I just flood you with a query, it's very difficult for you. But if I tell you it's a SQL injection which has happened, it's automated, there is an AI running behind it, you click this, the action would be automatically taken. You can do it yourself. Next is there are too many tools. So you say like there are a lot of tools available, why I need a new one? That's exactly the problem. There are too many tools available, and it's very difficult for you to understand which particular tool to use for which particular purpose, because we have a lack in cybersecurity professionals. And next is compliances. Cybersecurity compliances are a hectic and a costly affair. To constantly monitor those, to maintain all those documentations and policies, it's a hefty task. What our solution is? Solution is a complete, scalable, adaptive, automated cyber security platform powered by an artificial AI running behind it. We call it the ABCD of cybersecurity: attack automation, business fallout mapping model, compliance monitoring, and intelligent defense system. That comprises of Xeron. You want to do a VAPT, automated VAPT, you can do it from here. You want to have a SIM, SOAR. SIM is security incident and event management. SOAR is automated responses. XDR is extended detection and response. You get to use all of these from Xeron itself, and you do not need to write a single line of code while you are using Xeron. It's a complete no-code platform. Excuse me. Right. Next, what are the unique capabilities of Xeron? There are a lot of things. If I talk about malware detection, many people are doing that. If I talk about zero-day alerts, there are systems. If I talk about threat intel, there are. You get to get all of these in Xeron. Right. These are already there. These are the core capabilities. But what is the unique value proposition? Number one, breach probability. At a given point of time, you get a probability score which tells you what is the probability of a data breach in your organization. Number two is the Z-score, which gives you an overall security score of the organization, taking into consideration all the aspects with respect to process level security and technical security. Next is the compliance score, which tells you how much compliant you are with respect to different compliance standards. We know that Amazon faced a $888 million fine last year for violating GDPR. If you get to know exactly at what point of time which particular violation you are getting for which particular event or action that you are taking, you exactly know what needs to be done, because when you click on it on the platform of Xeron, it gives you the exact step, exact file name, exact what needs to be changed on that particular file, so that you are always updated with your compliance standards. When I talk about compliance, we cover GDPR, ISO 27001, HIPAA, PCI DSS, NIST, and SOC 2. And the last, the most important, is the potential money saved. In a particular organization, you just go, and most of the organizations spend money. Enterprises spend money. Even startups are also taking measures, right? Some putting at least an SSL certificate nowadays, which has become kind of a status quo, I would, because at the end of the day, we as hackers know that it actually doesn't help, right? We can bypass it with just one line. But the investment that I'm doing, what is the return? Most of the companies, when they go on to say, we have invested $5,000 this month, what is the return? People generally say we have saved around 30, we saved 30 attacks out of the 40 attacks that happened. But I don't think that's cool. When someone says then we invested $5,000, and we can say you invested $5,000, in a return you have saved $25,000, which you could have lost if the hacks could have happened, right? Since we have less time, Ankit, right? Talking about the go-to-market strategy, our initial targets were the companies from UK and Europe, US and Europe. The reason being, they are already aware about the cybersecurity aspects, and Europe specifically for the GDPR aspect, because it's a very important thing for them. The target audience that we were targeting were medium-sized enterprises and enterprises, because that's a premium segment who are willing to invest in cybersecurity right now. The market penetration strategies, partnering with organizations who would take us to the companies like system integrators to cut down our operational costs. The channels who are direct sales, inbound, outbound, which is the inside sales that we do. Smaller IT service providers as partners, and compliance companies which work with certifications, but we will, through Xeron, they would be able to monitor it and the technical aspects of that. Skip to the next. Yeah, right. Talking about the business projections, as I said, we already have clocked our $120,000 revenue, and for the next year, we already have a $450,000 pipeline. For the first year, we have a projected revenue of $2.45 million, which would go up to around $200 million in 5 years. The revenue channels are package subscriptions, enterprise solutions, audit and security improvements, value services, paid developments, and learning and development. Right. Talking about the computer analysis, there are companies which are working. Number one is on SIM side or source side or XDR side or risk management. We combine all of them, number one. Number two is the dependency that you need someone of that particular solution to run your platform has been removed. If someone is running Xeron, they do not need a Xeron certified person to run that particular tool, which actually helps them to have the control over their hand and better understandability. Next. Right, so the competitive advantage that we are having is first in market. It is the first ever ADC, attack, defense, compliance map platform. So the attack, defense, and compliance modules talk with each other, right? And all of the modules know what is happening, so that the defense mechanism is always in place. The single glass plane, a centralized dashboard to manage all your cybersecurity events and the threats, risks that are happening. And to top it all, you can integrate with anything. You might be telling me that I already have a SIM solution. Fine, you can integrate it with Xeron. You can use it as a source. You might be using a DLP, you might be using a firewall, you might be using any device on or that can generate logs. You can integrate it with Xeron. To top it all, about talking. Okay, right. Next is about the lemonization. As I told, it's a no-code platform. If you just need to find the systems which are on high vulnerability, just write HIGH, high, and press enter, you will get it. And yes, it's yours. And it's swift to literally just get started in 15 minutes using Xeron, and you can see your data. The dashboard belongs to you because you can customize the KPIs. Next. Right, product pipeline is, I'll skip that part right now. Next. These are the accolades which I already told. Next. This has been the chariots of growth. Next. Next. Right, we're looking to raise a round of $500,000 at 7% to be spent over compliances, infrastructure, human resources, and marketing. Right, and talking about the clientele that we have clientele in India, US, UK, Singapore at present, and working in the Middle East region right now. We haven't onboarded, but we are working towards it, right? And the sectors that we have catered till now are manufacturing, OTT platforms, fintech, crypto exchange platforms, and health tech, right? So, we have a detailed Excel sheet as well of these. Thank you. Well, if any organization is out there who wants to try out Zeron, we have a 15 days free trial. Please feel free to reach out to us. Right? Yes. And we are open to questions. Thank you.
So my question is very simple on the pricing model. Is it okay? Can I ask a question? So my question is basically on the pricing model. Is it a one-time investment or is there a license fee based model?
So it's a subscription-based model, right? There are two kinds of things, which is one is a subscription-based model where you can go on a monthly basis payment or a quarterly payment or yearly licensing as well. It's a licensing model.
Talk about license model. Is it per user base? Per endpoint? Okay.
Yes, so there are two models of deployment. One is on-premise, cloud-based deployments, and hybrid. All kinds of deployments are available.
So, Ankit, I think you have a buyer. So I'm here. So if you have a buyer, you can talk one-to-one. But
sure,
we have the judges over here. 3 of them, honorable judges, who will be judging that who is the best school presentation. We have two teams and 2 teams for the startup. So one of you can come and declare the school presentation, and one of you can come and declare the startup presentation. Maybe who will come? Avelo, can you please come? And please let us know why you think they are the best.
So for the school teams, it was the ladies, the girls are the winners. Although South Point is very close to my house, still I'm partial to you guys, but they did a really nice job in explaining, and the presentation was very good. The communication was excellent. So both were great, but you guys were a little better. So congratulations. Yeah. So the startups, obviously, Zeron gets to win because they have traction, they have validation, and they have already proven their model. Thank you.
So all the winners, they will get the prize at the end after the quiz, because all the people who are sitting over there, they also need to get some prize. So now we will start a quiz where everybody can get a prize. Yes.
I wanted to share something about cybersecurity. Just 1 minute.
Okay, fine.
Hello everyone, I'm Sanket. Just wanted to share one thing. Your name please from South Point who presented on NFT. Right, the NFT team, fine. I just wanted to share one thing, right? We are working towards NFT, and we had a discussion in our office a few days back that no one is working towards this cybersecurity in the metaverse thing, right? There are a lot of things, but I just want to mention one thing. I raised my hand when you said that someone owns an NFT, right? I enlist my NFTs in OpenSea, fine. When we are working towards this technology, at times we forget the basics. The platform for OpenSea, it allows a supply, the number of supplies that you want to make, right? I'm an ethical hacker, fine. We can easily bypass that and change the number of supplies to anything that I want. I can change the number of supplies to anything that I want, and it's not a big thing that is there. It's a basic misconfiguration that they have done in the development part of the portal, right? We're working towards high tech, but at times we forget the basics, right? And at times we have discussion. I have a lot of discussions with Dept. He's a great mentor, right? And we discuss this that people at times like forget basics. So please do not like stick to the basics. I guess that's the way forward to a secure, at least a community. Am I right?
Shankit, as I have mentored you, I think you people need to mentor them. So it's a chain reaction. So we all mentor each other, and we will have lot of young people coming up. They are the geeks, and they are the next Make in India movement will probably possible only because of them. So we have some winners from the startup. We have the winners from the school presentation. We will already there are 150 hackers, ethical hackers, fighting over there. If you have gone to that side, you will see that a lot of people, young students. In fact, there is one guy who is from class 7. I will call him over here once that hackathon is over. So we have a lot of ethical hackers. Some of top 20 will get prize from there. Now the good news for you people who have been sitting over here since morning, this is your prize. A quiz competition will start. I will hand over the stage to them. But how many top 10 or top 20? Top 10. Okay, top 10 people whose name will come over there on that screen will get this nice coffee mug, which is, I believe, a lot of security tips are mentioned over there. And this is from our Cyber Security Center of Excellence. So I'm sure when you go back home, you can tell your wife or your kids or your husband that I have also won a prize. And it's open to all of you. So, no, this price is 10. Don't commit 20. Oh, there are more? Okay, we have also some compensation prizes. Just 2 minutes. Now, this quiz I am handing over to them. Let them start. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's a simple quiz related to cyber security. There are some people also involved in this quiz. So everybody have to participate in this quiz. Everybody have a smartphone and open kahoot.it. This is a URL. Enter game pin. There are 4 options. The options are here on screen also, and as well as your mobile phone. If you scan the QR code, you can join, and it's in fastest finger fast mode. Kahoot. So log into your browser and search for the URL kahoot.it. Then enter game pin. Yes, if you got a message you are in, that means you are in the quiz. When everybody logged in, I start the quiz. Every question is related to cyber security tips. Just open this URL. If you know the answer, tap the right answer. All answers come in different color code. If you log in, please help your friend to log in. Yes, as well as in this screen also. Every question have a time limit. So as soon as you answer, as fast as you answer, your score will be high.
Yes, of course.
We have 25 participants. Hurry up.
You are at Kolkata. If possible, I may follow up on you. If possible, can I have your card? I don't know. It was a nice session.
Is there anyone left? Hurry up. If you are able to log in, help your friends. We start at 2:20. Now 63 participants. Hurry up. Is there anyone left to log in? Please raise your hand. At 2:20. Is there any difficulty, ma'am? What I Okay, ready? Can I start? Wait, these people logged in. You logged in? Your friend over there? Logged in? Okay? Okay, start. স্ক্রিনে আসছে মোবাইল স্ক্রিনেও আসবে ওখানে দেখতে হবে না মোবাইলেও দেখা যাবে হ্যাঁ মোবাইলেও So the first question here, the strongest password. The first round. Second question. Next question. Next question. Everybody, we see this message in our message box. So it's a type of cyber attack. Phishing. This is a multi-select that more than one are the answer. When we are affected by virus, what we have to do? Eighth question. Is this hacker attack or ninth question. What is used to verify the message integrity? Very few are correct. So game changer question, ask one. Total table turn. Last question. I think everybody know the answer. Again, so the winners are third position got Shikshak. Please raise your hand. And the winner is where is? Congratulations, madam. Congratulations, madam. Mo, Sayok, Shikshak, Ravi, Puranjana, Sayon. I think it's for it. Govt, typical, Amrita. Please come on.
Close. Thank you so much. I take this opportunity to announce the names of the winners of Ground Zero Hackathon. I hope most of you already know those who participated at that point of time. And we would start with by giving prizes to them, followed by our quiz prizes, because quiz prizes are much more. So we have 3 prizes. Excuse me, can I have your audience, please? Here. Excuse me, my dear friends. Hello. Here I am. This side. Yes, thank you. Thank you. So we have 3 prizes for the hackathon. 3 team prizes, though the first is a one-man army. So he is a one-man team, and let me tell you, he stood first in our Siliguri hackathon too. And not only that, actually there is something more to him. What happened the day before the Siliguri hackathon, he actually came all the way from Kolkata to that place, sitting in the general compartment, obviously. And by the time he reached there, he was so ill, he had to be admitted into hospital. So he was treated there at the hospital. Post-hospital, he came to the hackathon with, this, channel into his own hands. So that is one-man army before you. Once again, he is the winner here. If Shandip Babu does not have an internal, atat with him. So he is the best that we have right now. We have the pleasure of announcing Mr. Shoaib Mudassar Ali. Shoaib Mudassar Ali was the winner of today's hackathon. Where is Shoaib? And he was actually having did the lunch good? Was the packet good? Did you have your lunch? Those who have, my dear friends, was it good? The food that you had just now? So he was having his food. I asked him, quiz. I know. So that he will tell. He will tell how he has developed this thing. So because everybody should know the true story or the real story from him. So I asked him, why are you not taking part in the quiz? Once again, I stood first. Let them have some prizes. Let me enjoy my food. So that is Shoaib before you. He has been one of the finest that we have come across. Shoaib, please come here. My dear friend, just hold on. Please come here. Tell your story. Tell your story.
So, good afternoon to each and everyone present over here. Are you all comfortable in Bengali or should I speak in English? First, I would like to know. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, এটা আমি জানাতে চাই সবাইকে যে how I got started is actually a very interesting story. Like many of you over here might have been hacked, or you might have had some social media accounts when you were in school. Like school kids, you might have had some Facebook account. When I was in my 6th standard, I created an account, and at that time Rohit Sharma was my favorite cricketer. So I created an account with his name, and then that account got hacked. Subsequently, 2 other accounts which I created with my own name, I lost access to those accounts. And then I dig deeper into it. What was the problem? And then I realized that there was something like, it was around 2013 or 14 probably. There was something called ID verification. I guess many of you might not know that what ID verification is. But if you lose access to your account, at that time there was something where you could upload your government ID card and could get access to your account. Like they would verify. So once I was a victim of a phishing attack. What happens in a phishing attack na? Like someone convinces you to submit your credentials into a page, and like it will be a Facebook login page, or someone will tell you that I will give you 1,000 likes on your profile picture. Do share me your credentials. And as a kid, I know many of you might be thinking ki, "Arey chalo kar lete hain, kya hoga?" Like I will be getting 1,000 likes. There won't be any. What can misuse can happen? And as soon as I gave away my credentials, what happened was I lost access to my account. And at that moment, my mind clicked. Also, I did come across a few incidents where, like, you guys might have heard of the Pulwama incident. When the Pulwama incident occurred, at that time, there were many people, they were abusing our military people, our army personnel. So at that time, that was a real incident. I am confessing it. Like someone abused our country, and at that time I was a kid. So out of curiosity, I hacked into that person's account. He was in Pakistan and he was abusing. And you know what was the method I used to hack? His account username. I don't remember the exact name, but something dot something and then a number. That exact same username was his password. So you can think of the situation that could be. And yeah, I had my instinct. I didn't want to compromise his account. I just deleted all the posts and then I logged out simply. That was it. And also apart from that, like at that time when I was in my 7th standard, I tried to learn about SQL injection, cross-site scripting and all. But yeah, you know that a kid without a computer, he might not be able to do things practically. So like I had no practical knowledge, just I was trying to do it on a mobile phone. Like in 2015, when I did execute my first SQL injection, I couldn't extract the databases. But when I put a single quote that into the end of a URL, like we have got Google Docs, this concept. So I did use in url.php !ID equals to and then a single quote. And I did found out many of the websites were vulnerable at that time to SQL injection. But yeah, again, I couldn't report. I had no idea back then. But then came like slowly and gradually when I got into my college. Before that, I got like what happened is I was submitting. I convinced my parents into giving me a laptop. Okay? And that did hamper my studies because I was having a planning to go into an IITs. Okay, like each and everyone does. Like I had the passion to do computer science engineering. I couldn't get into IITs. That was frustrating for me. I took a drop of 1 year. But yeah, then like in my 12th standard, in my 10th, I got 100 in my maths. I had 2 Olympiads gold medals. But when it came to 12th standard, I just got 49 marks in my maths exam in 12th standard. You guys can laugh on that. But I am not ashamed to tell that to each and every one of you. Then came the day when I slowly got started. And in like in my 12th, when I got my laptop, I knew that from Backtrack, people were switching to Kali Linux. So I installed my dual booted my PC on my own. And luckily, nothing went wrong. Like I was able to understand what things were going on. So I did not completely wipe off my hard drive. I was able to dual boot my system. But then I had an i3 computer which I used for 3 years. And like I was constantly playing CTFs. I got connected with various people. There is Hackers Parts YouTube channel. Then there is John Hammond's YouTube channel. I got a friend named Access Dad. Many of the people who are into cybersecurity might be knowing him. He works in Integrity. So he's also a good friend of mine. So I got whatever I have been learning till date, it has been free. But yeah, I have been learning, I have been researching. So what you need to do, if you want to be good at cybersecurity, you need to be a cybersecurity researcher. You must know how to Google things. Like the most important tool which you have in your arsenal is Google. So if you can't Google stuff, then you won't be able to find anything. And if you can Google, there are lots of free resources available. There might be tools on GitHub. There might be repositories on GitHub. You can simply download those scripts. You can read through them scripts. Yeah, I would also recommend when you download a script, don't run it blindly. At first, go through the source code, okay? Or else you might be executing some malware on your system. So that can be bad. And yeah, if you understand what things you are doing, and then you proceed like, okay, I'm opening this port on my system. So I must close this port or else someone else might be able to hack. There are also some research topics like how to hack an hacker. Because hacking the hacking tools very much easier because hackers are already opening up a port and those are just built by fellow researchers, security researchers. So came these days, like I was playing CTF, Shoma Mukhopadhyay from ISOEH Siliguri. He was he's really a good friend of mine because he helped me. It was February 2020. At that time, there was this first event of Redcon And then I just came in contact with him. And then he invited me to give a talk on introduction to CTFs, like how CTFs work. And on February, I gave a talk on that. And in March, the Ground Zero, first edition of Ground Zero it took place in ISOEH Siliguri. Our Sanjay Kumar sir couldn't come over here, but yeah, that time I stood first over there. But yeah, still the participants count were relatively low. Then there were a few subsequent sessions online where I couldn't take part. Then came the offline session. I went over there, but that time I stood second and Rajdeep. And that day, yeah, I learned a lesson that yeah, even if you are good, you need to look at your enumerations. Like whatever you are enumerating, you need to look at your logs, you need to take reports. Because and at that time I realized that my laptop wasn't also performing well. So then I played a CTF. Payatu was hosting a CTF for hiring. And yeah, one more is it's an interesting event which took place is I took part in the Payatu hiring CTF. Over there, I just played for 1 hour in the morning and 1 hour in the evening. But then what happened is I wasn't performing good, and Hack the Box was conducting their Cyber Santa Security CTF. I was getting some prizes over there. So I moved over there. And when I came back, I realized, yaar, kuch to hone wala nahi. I'm just 31st rank. Let me delete my account. I tried to delete my account, but that didn't happen. And the next day, what I got in my mail was top 50 have been selected for the hiring CTF interview. So that's a luck actually. If agar upar wala nahi chahega, khuda nahi chahega, to kuch nahi ho sakta hai. So from there, the next day on Monday, I had my interview, and that interview went really well because what I was focusing mainly on was my theoretical concepts, and I was doing things myself. Like there is a DBWL lab. Many of you might be getting a Docker instance, but can you create your own Docker instance, or can you build it from the scratch? Do you know, like if you go through the source code, you will be able to understand it. And then what happened is slowly and gradually from there, I got selected, and then I'm working as a security consultant intern at Payatu, and they have also offered me a 17 lakhs package. So that's all about me. And yeah, one more thing, I have 0 cybersecurity certifications. Just yeah, in I guess February, I took the AZ900 bootcamp that was available for free. So I took that. So I have 0 cybersecurity certifications. So freshers can get in without any certification. You don't have to be an OSCP to get into cybersecurity, but you need the skills of an OSCP. Like OSCP is also now becoming an entry-level certification. What you get over there, you get to know how to get into fold into a box. You need to like how to enumerate, how do you exploit an Active Directory environment. These all things only. So that's all about me. Thank you so much.
Let me tell you, Mr. Shengupta has been requesting me to conduct a session called Cyber Shikshak. What we actually conduct, that is a cyber hygiene, workshop type of 1 hour, 2, 3 hours, 6 hours, like that. So I didn't accede to his demands. So what you have just gone through for the last 12, 13 minutes is your top-notch cyber hygiene, discourse. So whatever you have taken, I have taken many from him right now. And what I have decided right now, right at this point of time, I'm going to employ him to write a document for our Cyber Security Center of Excellence as to how a young lad can come up and become a cyber champ. That you have to write. Thank you so much. Thank you. And please stand here. Let me now announce, take the opportunity, just have a seat. Have a seat, no problem. Let me now announce the first runner-up team. It comprises, once again, one-man show. Mr. Jeet De. Where is Mr. Jeet De? Please come here, Mr. De. Can you tell us your story also? Please. Tell us about your story.
So প্রথমেই নমস্কার সবাইকে। একটু ঘাবড়ে আছি, কিছু মনে করবেন না, কারণ লাইফের প্রথম হ্যাকাথন ছিল এটা আমার। তো আমার গল্প একটু সিলি, ঠিক আছে? আমার সবার মতন এরকম না, যে আমার গল্প একটু সিলি। তো আমি যখন ক্লাস 7-এ পড়তাম, আমার একটা বান্ধবী ছিল। তো ঠিক আছে, তো সে বান্ধবী ছিল, তো কোথাও একটা একটু অনেক খটকা লাগছিল যে বান্ধবী হয়েও হয়তো সে বান্ধবী নয়। তো একটা ডায়েরি নিলাম, ফোন নাম্বার তো থাকারই কথা, ডায়েরি নিলাম, যতগুলো পসিবল কম্বিনেশন হতে পারে ওর পাসওয়ার্ডের সব কটা লিখলাম ডায়েরিতে, ফোন নাম্বারটা মারলাম, এক এক করে মারতে লাগলাম, লেগে গেল। ঠিক আছে, ওখান থেকে প্রথম ইন্টারেস্টটা জন্মালো যে আরে সেই জিনিস, এটা হেভি জিনিস, লোকের ইনফরমেশন পাওয়া যায়, ব্যাপারটা তো ভালো, একটু অনেক ঘাটতে হবে। তো দেখলাম, ব্যাপারটা বুঝলাম, অনেক কিছুই বুঝলাম। তো তার আমি আস্তে আস্তে তখন ধীরে ধীরে শেখা শুরু করলাম যে হ্যাকিং, তখন আমি হ্যাকিং এর মিনিমাম কনসেপ্ট জানতাম না যে হ্যাকিং কাকে বলে। আমার কাছে কোনো রকম আইডিয়া ছিল না। আমার কাছে একটা ভাঙা ফোন ছিল, একটা কিবোর্ড, একটা কিপ্যাড ফোন ছিল, আর বাবার তখন সবে সবে একটা স্মার্টফোন কিনেছিল। তো ইন্টারনেটের অ্যাক্সেস বলতে সবে সবে জিওএস ছিল, যতটুকু করা যায় ইউটিউব দেখে কিংবা গুগল সার্চ করে একটা অ্যাপ্লিকেশনের নাম জানতে পেরেছিলাম, টার্ম্যাক্স বলে, অনেকে হয়তো এখানে জানবে, একটা অ্যান্ড্রয়েড এমুলেটর, লিনাক্স এমুলেটর। তো আমি এতটুকু জানতাম যে টার্মিনালে যে কমান্ডটা দেওয়া হয় সেটা এক্সিকিউট করে দেয়। তো আমি প্রথম লিখেছিলাম, একজনের নাম দিয়েছিলাম, লিখেছিলাম হ্যাক। আমি ভেবেছিলাম টার্মিনাল সেটাকে হ্যাক করে দেবে, বাট আই স্টিল সেড দ্যাট আই এম টু স্টুপিড ফর দ্যাম, সরি ফর দ্যাম। তো গেল, জানলাম যে টার্মিনাল এরকম ভাবে কাজ করে না, তো টার্মিনালের কাজ শিখতে হবে। শিখলাম একটা ভাঙা ফোনে বসে, যেটা হয়তো 2 মিনিট বাদে সুইচ অফ হয়ে যাবে, 3 মিনিট বাদে সুইচ অফ হয়ে যাবে, ব্যাটারি গন্ডগোল আছে, ব্যাটারি ফুলে যেত, সেটাতে আমি পুরো টার্মিনাল, পুরো লিনাক্স কমপ্লিট করেছি আমি একটা ফোনে বসে। তো তখন আমার ক্লাস 10th এর এক্সাম কমপ্লিট, ক্লাস 11 তখন আমার চলছে, হ্যাকিং এর প্রতি ইন্টারেস্ট চলে এসছে। সিটিএফ ব্যাপারটা সবে সবে বুঝতে শুরু করেছি, বাট হাতে তো কোনো রকম ল্যাপটপ বা কিছু নেই যেটাতে আমি সিটিএফ করতে পারবো। খুব শখ করে হ্যাকডা বক্সে একটা অ্যাকাউন্ট খুললাম। তো ফাইল যতটুকু করা যায়, মানে বক্স তো অবভিয়াসলি ফোন করা যাবে না, বাট যতটুকু ফাইল দিয়ে কাজ করা যায় শুরু করলাম। ফাইলে কাজ, একটা সলভ হলো, দুটো সলভ হলো, শিখতে শুরু করলাম আস্তে আস্তে, শিখছি, হ্যাক করছি, শিখছি। এইবারে যখন আমার ক্লাস 11ও ক্লাস শেষ, 12 উঠতে হবে, তখন বাবার কাছে খুব শখ করে চাইলাম যে বাবা আমাকে একটা ল্যাপটপ কিনে দাও। বাবার তখন কপালে একটুখানি ভাঁজ পড়লো যে ছেলে এবারে ল্যাপটপ চাইছে, বাবা কোথা থেকে এনে দেবে। প্রথমত কন্ডিশন অতটা ভালো না, বাড়ির ফাইন্যান্সিয়াল কন্ডিশন অতটা ভালো না। তো বাবা কষ্ট করে সত্যি একটা ল্যাপটপ আমাকে দেয়। সেখান থেকে আমার আরো জার্নি শুরু হয়। সাইবার সিকিউরিটি তখন একদম ফুল পাথে আমি এগোচ্ছি। সাইবার সিকিউরিটির স্বপ্ন ছিল একটা ইথিক্যাল হ্যাকার হবো। শিখছি, হ্যাক করছি, করতে করতে এইবারে যখন ক্লাসে আমার শেষ, 12 ওভার, এইচএস কমপ্লিট, গ্রাজুয়েশনে সবাই যায়, বাবা আমাকে একটা জিনিস জিজ্ঞেস করেছিল, তুমি গ্রাজুয়েশন করতে চাও না তুমি তোমার হ্যাকিং এর কেরিয়ারটা নিতে চাও? আমি তখন 2 মিনিট আমার ভাবতে লাগেনি, আমি তখন গ্রাজুয়েশন ড্রপ করে দিই। আই এম নট গোয়িং টু কলেজ, আমি কোনো কলেজে পড়ি না, আমার না বিসিএ আছে না আমার বিটেক আছে, আমি জাস্ট হ্যাকিং এ কাজ করি। আই এম এথিক্যাল হ্যাকার, আই এম প্রাউড টু বি সেড দ্যাট আই এম এথিক্যাল হ্যাকার। আমি জাস্ট হ্যাকিং এ কাজ করি। আমি CEH V11 এর চান্সটা নিই, কারণ ওএসসিপি আমার এখন পার্সোনালি মনে হয় আই এম নট রেডি ফর ওএসসিপি রাইট নাও। আমি CEH V11 এর চান্সটা নিই, CEH V11 স্টিল আমি করছি এখনো পর্যন্ত। তো এতটুকু আমার চলছে এখনো পর্যন্ত। এবারে হচ্ছে আস্তে আস্তে যতটুকু হওয়ার। রিসেন্টলি যেই সাইবার অ্যাটাকটা আমাদের মধ্যে একটা হলো, ইউক্রেন ভার্সেস রাশিয়া, সেখানে আমরা ছোট্ট পার্টিসিপেট ছিলাম ডার্ক ওয়েবের থ্রুতে। সাইটটা আমি ডিসক্লোজ করতে পারবো না, আই এম রিয়েলি সরি। গ্রুপ ডিসক্লোজ করতে পারবো না, আই এম রিয়েলি সরি। বাট কিছু কাজ আমিও করেছি, কিছু রাশিয়ান সাইটস আমিও ব্লক করেছি। আমার একটা পার্সোনাল রেকর্ড আছে নিজের, 10 সেকেন্ডে 30টা সাইট হ্যাক করেছিলাম। ঠিক আছে, তো চলছে এখনো পর্যন্ত, কিছু বলবো ব্যাস এই।
Thank you so much. Bosho. So you are getting more training. So what you are getting is nothing short of cyber hygiene practices for an evolving hacker or for an evolving cyber champ. Our second runner-up is a team comprises 3 beautiful people. Mr. Tajdar Alam Ansari. Tajdar stood first in our Secure Bengal 2021. He is supported by Priyadarshini Moitro and Shondip Banerjee. Please come here, Tajdar, Priyadarshini and Shondip. Tajdar stood first in the Secure Bengal 2021, and they also actually own other awards too. Tajdar, please share all of your story.
Actually, I don't have any story to share from class 11 or 12. I have been interested in hacking just after COVID. I was having a lot of free time. I don't know what to do, so I just searched the internet, YouTube, too much internet. Daily data 1.5 GB Geo. So I just went up and searched on YouTube. Okay, what is hacking? Let me see. So I just searched the internet, YouTube. Yes, what is hacking? Let me see. Okay, these are happening. Okay, that's it. So after that, one of my friends from Systemavida University, his name is Ayush Jashwal, he recommended me that, bhai, ato kichu dekhchish? To shikei ne, you have a lot of free time. I said, okay, college bhi khulne mein bahut deri hai, so let me see. So I joined Indian School of Ethical Hacking back in 2020. I enrolled myself for some certifications, and I just wanted to know how things work. So I enrolled for networking, CCNA, NPT, WAPT, all these things. And through the duration of the course, I met Sayyada. He is actually my teacher and my brother and my guide. So yes, that is the thing. And basically, I just started learning. I'm not to that level yet. I'm just learning in my learning stages. And I don't have that much experience. I'm just a normal student. That's it.
Thank you. Mr. Shengupta would like to say something about Tajdar.
I am proud of my students from Indian School of Ethical Hacking. ও আমাদের শিলিগুড়ি থেকে করেছে। আমি একটা ছোট্ট ঘটনা বলি, আমরা তো এথিক্যাল হ্যাকিং নিয়ে চিন্তা করছি। শিলিগুড়িতে এর আগে একটা হ্যাকাথন করেছিল। সেই হ্যাকাথনটায় আই বিলিভ ইউ আর হু ওয়াজ দ্য টপার? ইউ আর দ্য টপার। তোমার কি ছিল? 3 ও 4th হয়েছিল। এইবার ও বেসিক্যালি হসপিটাল থেকে এসেছিল, মানে হসপিটালে ভর্তি ছিল, যেই শুনেছে হ্যাকাথন ওখান থেকে সব ছুটি ফুটি করে দিয়ে চলে এসছে। এবং ও আসতে পারতো না যদি ওকে নিয়ে না আসতো। ও সৌম্য এসেছিল, সো ওকে হাসপাতাল থেকে আরেকজন আবার তুলে নিয়ে এসেছিল। তো এই যে ওদের মধ্যে একটা অদ্ভুত বন্ডিং আছে বিটুইন দ্য কম্পিটিটরস, বাট আনার পরে হয়তো ও ফার্স্ট হয়েছে, যে এনেছে সে কিছু হতে পারেনি। বাট আই এম শিওর যে আবার যখন এরকম সিচুয়েশন হবে, আমি চাই না অসুস্থ হোক, কিন্তু এরা কিন্তু এদেরকে প্রচন্ড একটা অদ্ভুত বন্ডিং আছে। আমরা শিলিগুড়িতে, যেটা ও বললো, আমরা চেষ্টা করেছি একটা সাইবার সিকিউরিটি আড্ডা, মানে এরকম তো সবসময় কম্পিটিশন নয়, আমরা প্রত্যেক শনিবার একটা সাইবার সিকিউরিটির আড্ডা দেবো, যেখানটায় বাচ্চারা চলে আসবে। প্রথমে 1 জন 2 জন 3 জন করতে করতে 10 জন 20 জন, সেখান থেকেই নতুন নতুন ট্যালেন্ট বেরোবে। তো ওইটাকে আমরা এখানেও করার চেষ্টা করছি। এবং শুধু তাই নয়, ওই সাইবার সিকিউরিটিতে আড্ডাতে আমরা এখানে সব খাবার টাবার দিয়ে দিই, হ্যাঁ, সেই স্কুলের মতো টিফিন দেওয়া হয়। তো এই যে জিনিসটা একটা আড্ডা, এইটা আমরা কলকাতায় করার চেষ্টা করছি, এবং এখানে অনেক ব্রাইট স্টুডেন্টস আছে। সো আপনারা, এইখানে আমাদের অফিস আছে SDF বিল্ডিং, আপনারা এই সাইটে গেলেই দেখতে পাবেন www.isoeh.com। প্রত্যেক শনিবার আমরা আস্তে আস্তে এপ্রিল থেকে এই সাইবার সিকিউরিটি আড্ডা শুরু করব। অল অফ ইউ ক্যান কাম and we will discuss new things. এরা থাকবে, নতুন লোক থাকবে, আমাদের ফ্যাকাল্টি যারা তারা থাকবে। ইয়েস, ওভার টু।
আমি যোগ করছি যেটা সন্দীপ বাবু বললেন, আমরা গত 1.5 বছর আগে সাইবার সিকিউরিটি আড্ডা, সাইবার সিকিউরিটি সেন্টার অফ এক্সেলেন্সে প্রতি শুক্রবার চালু করেছিলাম। সন্দীপবাবু ভুলে গেছেন, একটা শুক্রবার উনি গিয়েও কথা বলেছেন, ওনার বন্ধু তথাগত একদিন বলেছেন, এরকম ভাবে সিডাক থেকে একজন বলেছেন, এরকম ভাবে আমরা চালু করেছিলাম। তারপরে তো যথারীতি 2020 প্যান্ডেমিক বন্ধ করে দিলাম। আমি অনুরোধ করবো আপনারা শনিবার আড্ডা করুন, তার আগে শুক্রবার আমাদের ওখানে একটা আড্ডা, কারণ আমাদের আড্ডাটা তৈরি আছে, আপনার জায়গা তৈরি, অবভিয়াসলি টিফিনও তৈরি, টিফিন অর্ডার বেশি ইম্পর্টেন্ট। আর আপনারা হচ্ছেন .com, আমরা হচ্ছে .gov.in, ফলে কম খরচ হোক, gov.in একটু বেশি খরচ হোক। সুতরাং আপনারা কাইন্ডলি আপনাদের আড্ডাটা আমাদের সেন্টার অফ এক্সেলেন্সে করুন, আপনারাও সকলে আসুন এবং সেখানে নতুন কিছু ভাবুন। যেমন কদিন আগে ইউনিভার্সিটি অফ আউলুতে পড়লাম, গত পরশুদিন এসেছিল সংকেতের বন্ধুরা আমি বলছিলাম যে একটা মানে যেটা বলে স্টেনার অ্যাজ এ সার্ভিস, স্টেনার অ্যাজ এ সার্ভিস এখন স্ট্যাটিক কোডের মধ্যে দিয়ে অ্যাজ এ সার্ভিস সেই স্টেনারের মতো চেক করছে উইদাউট নোয়িং হোয়াট দিস কোড উইল এক্সিকিউট, and then it is actually matching itself with lot of its own archival stuff and finding out that where it does not match and taking that portion of the code and putting into a serene atmosphere and run it and to find whether there is any vulnerability. So this Stena as a service, just like Sandbox as a service, what Xeron is today, Sandbox as a service. Xeron এর গল্পটা দারুণ। 2018 সালে আমরা যখন আমাদের এটা করেছিলাম 16ই মার্চ যখন করেছিলাম তখন সন্দীপ বাবু একটা বিরাট ওখানে কিনোট অ্যাড্রেস ছিল। তারপরে সংকেতের সঙ্গে আমার পরিচয় হয়। Over the last 3 years during the pandemic also, he took a beautiful office at very near to our Webel Bhavan, HDFC building, the bankটা যেখানে আছে ওখানে। এবং they have grown up like anything. They recently actually won 3rd prize in International Cyber Challenge by Cyber Peace Foundation. I was a jury there, and as I am associated with Xeron, so I had to abstain. So I could not actually number them. They were, Sanket was not very happy. I understood. Sanket was thinking, ki apni diyechen sir number? I told him, nah. Because Sanket, I am sorry, I could not give one. I have my own ethical problem, you can say. As I have been associated with you, I cannot judge you. Let others judge. But even then, they stood 3rd, and it is really great. There's Xeron, there's Budding Buds from Bele, what school? Shushida Bela Girls. Then all these 3 and 20 more. We are so proud of you. We are so proud of you. So many excellent faculties across our state have come. They are seeing, watching you, identifying, and they will be offering so many good things to you. So I would request the center of today's attraction, Mr. Sandip Sengupta, to hand over the winners their prizes, their certificates, and their cash awards. Mr. Sandip Sengupta, I would request you to please hand over the winners award to Mr. Shoaib Mudassar Ali. Now, Mr. Sengupta, would you please hand over the first runner-up prize to Mr. Jeet De. Mr. Jeet De. Now, Mr. Tajdar Alam Ansari, Ms. Priyadarshini Moitro, and Mr. Shudeep Banerjee. I'm sorry. Shudeep Banerjee. Thank you. Surprise. Thank you so much. Now it is time to hand over the prize of, cash prize of next 4th to 10th. Each 1,000 rupees. Mr. Chaudhary Faisal Ahmed, Sandeep Babu আসুন একটু সার্টিফিকেট এবং ক্যাশ প্রাইজ দিন। চৌধুরী ফাইজাল আহমেদ না আমি দিচ্ছি একটু দাও পাশে কি দাও চৌধুরী ফাইজাল আহমেদ sport. Please give them a big round of applause. Mr. Shakib Chand, Mr. Shakib Chand, Mr. Shakib Chand, আমি বলছি আপনি you are the important person. We come and go, you say. Mr. Critical Hunter, Mr. Critical Hunter is a 6. Mr. Critical Hunter.
Who has given the name Critical Hunter? Your name is blank over it. So your name photo will not come. Critical Hunter.
Mr. Critical Hunter is 6. Mr. Bijan Murmu. Mr. Bijan Murmu is 7th. Mr. Bijan Murmu is 7th. Mr. Bijan Murmu is 7th. Mr. Probir Ghosh is 8th. Mr. Probir Ghosh. Mr. Probir Ghosh is 8th. Mr. Probir Ghosh is 8th. Mr. Anurag Mandal is 9th. Please give them a hand, my dear friends. Mr. Anurag Mandal, 9th. You should be vociferous in praising others and miser in praising self. Mr. Anurag Mandal. Mr. Shovik Pramanik is 10th. Mr. Shovik Pramanik. Thank you so much. Mr. Arindam Panda, 11th. We have prize after prize after prize after prize. It is more than the participants. Mr. Abhinandan Arindam Panda is 11th. Shomveer is 12th. Mr. Manoj Shomveer is 12th. Mr. Shondeep Singh is 13th. Mr. Shondeep Singh. Mr. Shondeep Singh is 13th. Mr. They are jointly 14th. Tirtha Jyotinath and Riddhi Hazra, they are jointly 14th. I would request Mr. Shoprashachi and Dr. Dey to please come over here and hand over some prizes. I hope the lunch was good. Thank you. Join Tirtha Jyotinath, Riddhi Hazra. Then Miss Shruti Sinha. Okay, she has name Encoded Guy. Excellent. Encoded Guy. Mr. Encoded Guy. Where is the Mr. Encoded Guy? Rupal Devnath. Where is Mr. Rupal Devnath? Is 17th. Mr. Shondeep Ash. Where is Shondeep Ash? Mr. Shondeep Ash. He is 18th. Mr. Shondeep. Mr. Animesh Acharya is also 18th. Animesh Acharya is also 18th. Mr. Animesh Acharya, please go ahead. Mr. Acharya. Mr. Acharya, please go ahead. Mr. Animesh Acharya is 18th. Roop Sharkar. Roop Sharkar is 19th. Shudip Jaghar is also 19th, and Shobhit Pradhan is also 19th. Achha, every one of you who has received a prize must stay back because you have to sign here. This is government money. If you don't sign, I have to pay. So I hope you will just excuse me. Mr. Shondeep Ash, okay, Animesh Acharya is Roop Sharkar, and then Mr. Amit Pandit. Mr. Amit Pandit. Mr. Amit Pandit. So all prize winners must come their side to Mr. Manoj. He will be having all of you sign. Please come that side. All of you just come that side. My dear friends, those are winners on the back. Winners on the back. Please come this side and sign. Go that side and sign. Now, now it is time to hand over the prize of quiz. The first prize winner is Mo ma'am. Please come here. Sign that side. Go that side. Those who have win prizes, go to that side and sign. And the first prize winner, Dr. Dey and Mr. Shokurachi will be handing over the prize to Mo ma'am. The first prize. তুমি অ্যানাউন্স করে দাও পাশে গিয়ে নামগুলো
Fayok Karaj. Ganipullah. Ravi. Suranjan. Ravi. Suranjan. Sayon. It's for it. Sanket Sarkar. Mr. Patel. Number 8. Patel. Sanket Thakur, Amrita. Amrita.
Acha, we have prizes for the school and startup. Just hold on for a second. Those who have received prizes, just hold on for time for 2-3 minutes more. And in between, let us hand over the prizes for the this school presentation. Aro, one second, school presentation just hold on. The best school presentation, the prize goes to Shushila Birla Girls High School. Sandeep, please come here. The runners-up is from South Point, Irfan Hamid Bazi and Miss Manisha Chakraborty. I'm sorry. But yeah, Manisha Chakraborty. Now the best startup is Xeron, Team Cognito. The Xeron team, Shanket, Sharnali and Snehanja. Ankit is also there. Just hold on. Okay, the next 10 prize winners of quiz. Ankit, come here, Ankit.
Nilanjan.
जोड़े बोलो
Ankit, Nilanjan. Orin. Prayas. Arnav. Kushbu. Dipanshu. Anik. Anindo. Subhankar.
Ayan, Padikar, then Indrajit, Indrajit, Indrajit,
all participants expected to collect the certificate from this hall distribution counter. All participants of hackathons are requested to come to this table in this hall and collect their certificate. For everybody, participation certificate is there.
Chaudhuri Faisal Ahmed. Chaudhuri Faisal Ahmed. Shoita Haini, please husband. Chaudhuri Faisal Ahmed. Chaudhuri Faisal Ahmed. Chaudhuri Faisal Ahmed.
certificate for Shantanu Ghosh. Shantanu Ghosh. Rishi Kotenchi. Ravi Kumar. Ravi Kumar. Certificate for Ravi Kumar. Akshay Patel. Akshay Patel. সবাই একটু খালি এখানে একটু পিছিয়ে যাও উৎসব ভান্ডারী সুমন রায়চৌধুরী আদিত্য গিরি